Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of the Senate, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and the glory of thy holy name. Honorable members, please join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray be seated.
Item 3, oath of allegiance or affirmation of a new senator. Item 4, messages from the Governor General. Item 5, announcement by Madam President.
Pleasant good morning, distinguished senators, and welcome back to the chamber. I would like to first announce that Senator Honorable Andre Lewis has traveled and has asked to be excused for his attendance at this meeting. I would also like to congratulate all of us Grenadians for marking, celebrating, hosting Grenada's 52nd anniversary of independence, and would like to thank in particular the National Celebrations Committee and the Government of Grenada, and all those who served, particularly those distinguished servicemen and women, boys and girls, who were on the field for so many hours in the beautiful hot sun of the 7th of February. A good day for Grenada. More faith, more purpose towards our 53rd. I also want to pause to recognize the dreadful loss of two young women, Leandra Lett and Tereshella Sebastian, who in different but equally similar circumstances lost their lives to gender-based violence in Grenada. I hope you join me in sending condolences to their families and to pray that their souls may rest in peace. I know you're also thinking, as many of us did last Saturday when we gathered, and all those who attended vigils, that this has to end. Violence against women, gender-based violence, femicide ought to end in Grenada. And many organizations, institutions, and individuals are gathering and considering what are the means and methods by which we can end this. I will not iterate them this morning, and I'm sure you will all have your own thoughts. But I join the many women, girls, men and boys across this country who acknowledge with pain it's gone on for too long, and we as a nation have to commit for an end to gender-based violence. On a more pleasant note, I wish to welcome and congratulate Afi Fletcher and the Caribbean, the West Indies women's cricket team. Afi Fletcher hails from St. Andrews and is playing a sterling and record-making cricket match here at our national stadium. Welcome home, Afi, and congratulations on the records you will make. I also want to take a point of personal privilege to wish happy birthday to one of our colleagues. I hope he forgives me. But I found out yesterday was his birthday and he had a milestone birthday. This is the only reason I'm doing it. So I want to say a special batting achievement to our dear colleague, Senator Salim Rahman. Happy birthday from the chair. Happy birthday. And last but not least, there's only one person in the gallery this morning, one single, solitary person. She flew all the way from Greece, from Athens, Greece, to come, Hazelyn Williams Papachristos. Welcome. She happens to be my sister. Thank you. End of announcements.
Item 6, confirmation of minutes.
Honorable Senator Adrian Thomas, good morning, and you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thanks for accommodating me this morning. Good morning to my colleagues in the House, in this honorable House. Good morning to the Clerk, Parliament, and your staff, my dedicated staff from the Ministry of Legal Affairs and Attorney General Chambers. Madam President, I rise that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Tuesday, the 3rd of February, 2026 at 9 a.m. be taken as read.
Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on 26 January, be taken as read. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. And those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Tuesday, the 3rd of February, 2026, at 9 a.m. be confirmed.
Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building here at Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Tuesday, the 3rd of February 2026 at 9 a.m. be confirmed. All those in favor say aye, and those opposed say nay. Minutes are confirmed.
Item 7, presentation of petitions. Item 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees. Item 9, questions to ministers. Item 10, statements by ministers.
As our first presenter stands to speak this morning, I draw your attention and the nation's attention to the fact that it is a woman senator who is speaking on the eve of International Women's Day in about 9 days from today. And I draw attention of the nation to the fact that the Senate is presided this morning by an all-women's team. In the chair, it's a woman. In the clerk's chair, it's a woman. In the assisting clerk's chair, it's a woman. And in the chair of those distinguished legal advisors are 2 women. You are being presided over by a team of Grenada's women. Senator Gloria Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasant good morning to you, Madam Chair, and colleagues in this honorable House. I take this opportunity this morning to share some updates from the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. And as I do so, I rise with a very heavy heart and to extend sincere condolences to the grieving families, relatives, friends, and communities affected by the recent acts of gender-based violence on our island. These incidents, including tragic homicides and other forms of abuse, have shaken our nation. While investigations are ongoing and remain the responsibility of the relevant authorities, one truth is clear. Gender-based violence in any form is unacceptable. Be it domestic abuse, sexual assault, sexual harassment, technological facilitated abuse, child abuse, emotional and psychological abuse, coercive control, none of it can be excused. None of it can be normalized. These are not isolated acts. They reflect deeper fractures within our society. When violence is ignored or minimized, trust erodes, safety weakens, respect declines, and those are the foundations that hold a nation together. Let me state clearly, the government of Grenada condemns gender-based violence in all its forms. Violence against women and girls, violence against families, violence in the workplace, violence in digital spaces. These are not private matters. They are violations of human rights. They are developmental issues. They are matters for national concerns. If we allow violence to become normal, we allow decay to take root. But we are not resigned to decay. We are committed to reform. Following the tragic killing of Alendra, Let Hippolyte, and others, the ministry issued a strong public condemnation of the act. We organized a candlelight vigil in Croshu in partnership with St. George's University and other social partners. We also joined community and religious leaders in Tivoli for another vigil in solidarity with the grieving family of Teresius Sebastian. We recognize, however, that statements and vigils alone are not enough. That is why this government has taken and continues to take structural action to address the drivers of gender-based violence. We are strengthening and modernizing legislation on domestic violence and sexual offenses. We have advanced reform to improve child protection systems. We have enhanced digital safety and cybercrime provision to address emerging forms of online abuse. We are reviewing sentencing framework and accountability mechanisms to ensure penalties reflect the seriousness of violent offenses. We are not only passing laws, we are strengthening institutions. We are improving coordination among law enforcement, social services, health professionals, and the judiciary. We are expanding training for frontline responders. We are embedding prevention in our education system. We are integrating gender equality into national planning frameworks. These actions are deliberate because changing law is part of changing culture, and changing systems is part of changing behavior. The government has implemented the Gender-Based Violence National Standard Operating Procedures. These SOPs establish a multi-sectorial, victim-centered approach grounded in human rights principles. They emphasize informed consent, confidentiality, safety, and non-discrimination. They provide clear referral pathways, define coordination mechanisms across sectors, and aligned with international standards. Their purpose is clear: to strengthen systemic response, improve accountability, and support the recovery and empowerment of survivors. Prevention initiatives. A national strategic plan to address gender-based violence has been developed with the following objective: raise awareness of the impact of gender-based violence on individuals, family, communities, and society. Challenge myths and address root causes. Address public awareness of laws and available resources. Engage men and boys as partners in change. Strengthen community support system through trained local gatekeepers. The target population includes the general public with a focus on secondary school students. At our secondary school engagements, we engaged Form 4s and Form 5s in 20 secondary schools. A total of 1,459 students participated. And this included 741 females and 718 males. Session covered, we look at defining gender-based violence with the students. We explain domestic and sexual violence under the Domestic Violence Act, forms of abuse, physical, emotional, sexual, psychological. We shared with them some national statistics. We also looked at the effects of domestic violence on the family, on the individual, and the society. And they were exposed to some warning signs and the cycle of abuse, where and how to seek help. Community engagements were held in Pedmotor, Guelph, Telescope, and Mount Horn, and live streamed through GIS and Nike Live. Topics covered gender-based violence and mental health, legal aid and Clinic Services, Royal Grenada Police Force Special Victim Response. During the carnival season, the Gender-Based Violence Unit held sessions during the season, and a number of walkabouts was done in St. George's and in Grenville in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. Informational material was distributed and discussions were held on healthy relationship and lifestyle practices. And Madam President, I just share those information because although the efforts are being made, things are being done, sometimes we need to refresh the minds of our citizens because it is felt that nothing is being done. So we have to continue to reiterate the work, reiterate what we have done, continue to do the work, and encourage social partners and the public in general to be on board with us. You will notice billboards with GBV awareness messages over the country. This was installed at the bus terminus, Esplanade Mall, Ministerial Complex, Pasture Granite, you see, Paradise, and a few places. And this, there was a public campaign to play your part. So we've been steadily working on the whole question of reducing gender-based violence in the country. We had a clothesline project where we had individuals in the community do some anti-gender-based slogans, and we pin up the t-shirts on the clothesline. People come and read and say which t-shirt they would like to wear, and this was very interesting. The Gender-Based Violence Unit continues to provide case management services, including intake, risk assessment, case conferencing, and referral. Following Beryl, the unit participated in emergency response training led by UNFPA, distributed dignity kits, supported rehousing efforts, and assisted displaced residents from Carriacou. Capacity building. Training on the national standard operating procedures have been conducted for health, social services, police, and the justice sector. Parish-level teams, including representatives from civil society, have been trained to strengthen subnational coordination. The Cedars Home staff participated in 3-day training session over a period of time, focusing on understanding GBV, the professional role, and confronting personal biases. The POWER program, a 3-day psychological group intervention, was conducted in both Carriacou and Grenada. It focused on rebuilding self-esteem, strengthening independence, and supporting survivors' recovery. Madam President, we also have a program that we call Tears to Tierra, which provide group therapy and practical skills training in financial management for women who have been affected by domestic violence. And these women come in together as a support group from time to time, where we give them empowerment sessions, we give them opportunity to develop themselves and to take charge of their lives so they don't have to go back into abusive relationships. So they had small entrepreneurial development sessions such as soap making, candle making, etc. Additional psychosocial and skills training program continues at Cedar Center. Grenada is finalizing the national strategy and action plan to eliminate gender-based violence, which will guide sustained coordinated national action. Madam President, we must change the narrative. The narrative that says violence is normal, that must change. The narrative that says abuse is private, that must change. The narrative that tells women to endure in silence, that must change. The narrative that equates masculinity with control, that also must change. Government action alone cannot transform culture. This requires national solidarity. Solidarity with survivors, solidarity with families, solidarity with communities that refuse to accept violence as inevitable. We must reject the politicization of personal tragedy. Violence is not an opportunity for partisan gain. It's a call to collective responsibility. People must come together before politics. Our message must be clear. Violence has no place in Grenada, and all of us must be singing from that hymn sheet. To men and boys, you are essential partners in change. To employers, enforce zero tolerance for harassment. To parents, teach consent, respect, and accountability. To faith leaders and community voices, speak firmly against abuse. To every citizen, refuse silence. Madam President, this government will continue strengthening legislation, building responsive institutions, and addressing the structural conditions that allow violence to persist. Grenada's future depends not only on economic growth, but on social integrity. We cannot build prosperity on fear. We cannot call ourselves progressive if violence continues unchecked. Let us respond not only with outrage, but resolve. Not with blame, but with responsibility. Not with division, but with unity. Grenada deserves better, and together we will build better. Madam President, I want to talk a little bit about housing, I think. No, not yet. The Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs, through the Division of Gender Affairs and Family Affairs, will host a National Solidarity March on Friday, 6th March 2026, in commemoration of International Women's Day 2026. The march will assemble at Grenville Park, Victoria Park, at 5:30, and the march commences at 6 p.m. This high visibility national action comes as a critical moment for Grenada under the theme, United for Safe Spaces, from homes to workplace to digital worlds. The event will publicly affirm the country's collective commitment to ending GBV. Members of the public are encouraged to attend and walk in solidarity, wear colors symbolizing unity and support, carry messages promoting respect, accountability, and equality. Participate peacefully and respectfully. Moving forward. Madam President, the International Women's Day Solidarity March signals a renewed national resolve. Violence in any form has no place in Grenada, present or its future. The ministry reaffirms that building safe space is not the responsibility of one sector alone. It requires coordinated, sustained action from government institutions, communities, and individuals alike. And so a special invitation is being extended to all members of this House, the lower house, the general public, and all social partners. Project 500. Madam President, on Tuesday, the 17th February 2026, Grenada launched the Scaling Up of Resilient Green Affordable Housing Initiative in collaboration with the Global Green Growth Institute. This partnership provides technical assistance, policy support, and climate finance mobilization to strengthen Grenada housing sector by integrating climate resilience, energy efficiency, and green building standards. The initiative focuses on improving housing design, developing sustainable financing model, building institutional capacity, and aligning national housing delivery with broader climate and sustainable development goals. This initiative is directly linked to Project 500, Grenada's flagship affordable housing program aimed at delivering 500 climate-smart homes. GGGI support enhances Project 500 by embedding resilient construction standard, promoting low-carbon and energy-efficient features, and helping structure financing mechanisms that make housing both affordable and investment-ready. In essence, GGGI strengthens the technical, financial, and policy foundation of Project 500, positioning it as a scalable model for resilience and sustainable housing development in Grenada. So, Madam President, this is the end of my update from the Ministry of Community and Social Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. I thank you.
I thank you, Senator. I thank you. And it's refreshing and reaffirming to hear that the government has a slew of initiatives, or to hear the government say that government alone cannot respond or solve the culture, narrative, and behavior of gender-based violence, and to issue a call for partnerships. So thank you for your report. Any other presentations? The request for the floor has come from none other than Senator David Andrew, Minister of Education, in the other place.
Thank you
outside
very
of
much,
the
Madam President.
Parliament.
And pleasant morning to you and to all the staff and to all our colleagues on this side and the other side, and to everyone tuned into this broadcast, this feed, wherever you are. This morning I joined my voice with Minister for Social and Community Development Housing in offering sincere condolences to the families of the two young ladies who tragically had their lives tragically ended within recent months. It's not something that our nation is accustomed to. It's something that sends shock waves through our nation and enrages our communities when it does happen. I know one of the families in particular very well and was able to empathize and spend time with the family. And truthfully, that breaks my heart as a human being, as a man, as a father, and as a community person and member of the government. It breaks my heart. And so I join in condemning those acts of gender-based violence, and indeed any violence. Because sometimes I want to talk a lot more about violence in a general sense, because it's a culture that if we allow to continue, the marks will be seen in some areas more than others. But I join in condemning those acts and calling for us to genuinely look at violence within our communities, within our families even. Because quite a lot of acts of violence are nurtured in the way we socialize people, persons in our families. But Madam President, so I join in condemning and wishing God's grace and strength to the families who are grieving, mourning, and hurting at this time, and the communities too. Madam President, I'm happy to bring to the attention of this House and to the nation a few announcements from the Ministry of Education. And I want to speak first of the upcoming National Education Festival. We've dubbed it EduFest. It's the inaugural National Education Festival that's going to be put on by the Ministry of Education. It is a festival that targets bringing all the arms of education together, where we'd have on display and exposition what's been happening throughout the skills programs in our schools, what's been happening, the best products in our various education districts, including CARICOM PT Martinique, will come together to have a massive display of educational talent and showcase what's been happening in education. That is carded for March 24th at the Grenada Trade Center, which will be transformed into the EduFest Village. So there'll be the reading train and a whole slew of educational activities featuring and focusing the best productions and products within the educational districts throughout the year. And we are very excited about that. As a precursor to this, on the 11th of March, we'll be having engagement of students in national debates on issues of skills education and TVET. And we'll be having a fireside chat where we'd have young persons engage senior education officials in relation to plans for education, the development of education. So please mark the calendars. We invite all of you in this honorable house and everyone listening to be a part of the EduFest, the National Education Festival, the inaugural on March 24th. And if you do have time, you can join us on March 11th as well for the fireside chat and student debate on issues of skills education, technical and vocational training. The second thing I wish to speak about is the commencement of consultations with stakeholders for the establishment of Grenada's National Qualification and Credits Framework, GNQCF. This is led by the Grenada National Training Agency and the Grenada National Accreditation Board. Now, the establishment of that framework seeks to align technical and vocational education and training with traditional education so that there will be parity as this administration moves to make technical and vocational education a main staple within the education system. It is imperative that we align both technical education and traditional academic education. The person who does a CVQ at what level? How do they relate to a person who has a BA degree or an MSc? That needs to be aligned so that in terms of making job vacancy announcements, we can have both put on the advertisement. And when it comes to remuneration, persons on either level could get similar remuneration for similar jobs, right? And so this is a very, very important piece of undertaking. And I think only 2 days ago, we had the initial meeting with several of the stakeholders in the skilled area. So we had labor there, we had TAMCC, we had SGU, we had University of the West Indies, we had, I think, the Chamber of Industry and Commerce. We had a number of the players to begin the discussion of how this will be regulated. What's going to be important about that, Madam President, is that it will provide a framework for persons who have competencies that are not yet certified to get certified. And so that too can be accounted for in the necessary training that person will need to get certified. It will allow for regulating training from other institutions. GNAB does a bit of that already, but that framework would allow for a seamless approach and framework to be able to align trainings done elsewhere to what is obtained here in Grenada. You would remember sometime in this house I talked about some 9 teachers who over 16 years ago had completed training. And it took all of these years to get them the appropriate credit here in Grenada for the training. They had done it with the University of Technology in Jamaica. But since then, GNAB has helped us, and we are able to align that training with a qualified teacher level, and they have been since upgraded, right? But with this framework, all of these things will become things of the past, and will be much more readily available to align people's qualifications. So I'm excited about that, and look forward to the completion of the framework led by one of the consultants, Dr. Bradshaw, that I think we have along with GNAB and the team. Additionally, as we push ahead with the transformational skills projects and programs that we have, the centers of excellence, we continue to work, and we've just had the inception report presented from the consortium of universities that won the bid to assist with doing the foundational studies, the studies surrounding what interventions need to be made, how do we align the curricula, what improvements we need to make with the facilities that we are targeting. As you will well be aware, we have targeted to do centers of excellence in agriculture at the Maribor Farm School. We've targeted marine and boat building, fishing on marine studies, and that's been targeted for Carriacou and Petit Martinique. We have targeted hotel and tourism management, and we have targeted as well construction and furniture making. Now, so the consortium of universities from Canada, all of which have experience in those areas, agriculture, furniture making, hotel and tourism management, they've been here over the last month, and they've completed the inception report. I don't have the details of it right now, but just to notify the nation that we are being guided, the gaps are being identified so that we can take measures to begin improving those centers and fleshing them out. And our hope is that by September 2026, this year, we would start in some measure within that framework that is being produced. So I'm very happy to report those. So while you might not see plenty happening, a lot is happening foundationally and in the background to ensure that we advance the skills agenda nationally. The final thing I will share about here, Madam President, is to talk about a foundational learning intervention that the Ministry of Education is undertaking. While the Ministry of Education has always put great effort on early childhood education, understanding the importance of foundational learning, we want to be more systematic about how we do foundational learning. There's an aim that we have to ensure that by age 8, no child in a primary school is unable to read and comprehend what is read. And this is a goal that we are working towards, and we are collaborating with SUMA, which is the Laboratory of Educational Research and Innovation for Latin America and the Caribbean. They are very au courant with the best practices in early childhood education, reading practices, teaching practices, and we are collaborating with them to have a systemic intervention that will include training of teachers, review of the gaps, development of curricula, and all of the pieces that we need to pull together to see that no child comes through from K to grade 4 without being able to read. Consequently, we have engaged them. They've come to Grenada and done the initial work. And there's an opportunity here that we can further partner with the Global Partnership for Education. There's a funding opportunity to do this with the Global Partnership for Education, where if with the private sector, we can raise upwards of $1 million in private sector contributions, then that will be matched by the Global Partnership for Education. Consequently, the ministry has engaged private sector partners, and so far we have commitments of just under $500,000 from private sector businesses and companies who share the vision. We met with a number, yes, it's a good place to knock. And so we want to commend those companies. I don't have the list of them, but our private sector partners who share the vision for foundational learning and who understand that the products we end up with that go into the world of work, if we set the foundations right, the end products will be better. And so we want to thank them, but there's yet some distance to cover because we need to go past the threshold of $1 million at least US to be able to have the matching funding. So with these updates, Madam President, I just want to assure you that the Ministry of Education continues to work in the interest of our nation's children to create products that our nation can be genuinely proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Andrew, and congratulations on all that you're doing, the EduFest. I'm excited and hope I can attend that. And to learn that over $500,000 US is raised in Grenada from the private sector for education slightly under that, edging up towards 1. It's encouraging to know that there is a philanthropic initiative and imperative in the private sector at that level for education. So I don't know if it's my place, but I do say thank you to the private sector and keep contributing more. Senator Rahman. Yes, look forward to the centers of excellence. And I like the idea of equalizing what I would call in my old language, voc and tech, with the regular education offerings in the school system. Because voc and tech or technical education, vocational education, vocational and technical education was always seen as a foster or a stepchild to the real educational product. So it's good that options are being opened up in the system. I'm sorry to be commenting, but you know, I am a keen observer of what happens in this country and supporter, I hope, of good things happening. Senator, the Honorable Roderick Sinclair, you have the floor. Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to you. Good morning to the members on both sides of the aisle, and of course, all the staff present here and everyone listening on the outside. Of course, Madam President, you do have the prerogative, based on my general knowledge, to make your comments. It's well within your scope in this House. Of course, you do have that privilege. Not privilege, rights, actually. You do. I want to make a few comments, and I was going to go before Senator David Andrew to comment on our dear sister Gloria Thomas. As you know, I always follow her very closely. But I want to make 2 comments on the education presentation. The Center of Excellence, I happen to actually participate in the consultation, one of those at Radisson about a month or so ago, and I said there, and I will just say it here for the notes, that centers are not physical structures necessarily, or we have to wait to build it and have to wait many years for this knowledge to transfer. So I say this to say that whilst we may want to have physical centers, because from my discussion understanding of the presentation, I beg that we find other opportunities in the meantime to move that opportunity and medium for persons to be able to learn and for this thing to start happening. Because longer we wait, is longer things take to happen the rate at which we want it to happen. Because sometimes we like to spend a lot of time building big structures, and the real people on the ground who need to benefit and learn, it takes a long time. And I've said that in the forum, and we should share it here. We know we had in the revolution the Center for Popular Education, but the question is, where was it? I don't know any building was built. There was no one building, and we boast of some 98 or more % literacy, reading and writing, in that short space of 3 years of the revolution. So I wish to make that comment. The EduFest is good to have those innovation, and I don't know the details of the program, but whilst it will showcase what is happening, let us not lose sight of the teachers and persons with the knowledge and the different forms of methodologies of teaching and so on, because a lot of times our students get left behind because methodologies, techniques, tools, approaches are not standardized or different, and also the issue about the young ones. And I'm happy to hear about this SUMA initiative. Well, operate within the private space also. So from the GCNA standpoint, where I work physically day to day, we have noticed and recognized the significance of that initiative also. And what I want to urge is that we speak about slow learners and all those different sort of challenges that can happen to our persons in learning, that we really spend a lot of time focusing on those issues, because sometimes persons who have great potential, but maybe they have a hearing impairment, or maybe they have some visual issue, and the system, the teachers, I used to be in this space, are not trained, are not capable. None of the child who don't have the potential. And so while we're focusing on all these things are wrong, we need to ensure that that part of the teaching experience, we have persons who know how to bring these children up. And I really hope that that is a major factor, because maybe just couldn't see properly. Maybe all they need is a glasses to see the X or the Y. And, oh, you don't know what to do. You're slow. And the words we also use, we speak about the domestic abuse and violence. The words we use to our children, our students, in themselves make them afraid school. So I say in all of these things in this EduFest that the big picture may be good, but all it takes to puncture the tire is a little nail that you don't see. Hey, Brother Arman, happened to me a few weeks ago. So it's good, but let's pay attention, and we will support you there, because I believe in education. And the other part I want to mention, Madam President, pertaining to Senator Thomas's presentation, which was well read into the records, the issue on the domestic violence and so on. And I always support you on that mission, and I on your side with this, and we have to stand up. My approach at the same time is our women have to be stronger. The system here, but our women need to stand. We need to teach our women and girls how to be strong, and how to stand up, and how to say no, and how to be firm. Not just about physical, but mental and otherwise. How to be able to know all you have is $20, but you will survive with $20. How do you survive with that and not have to expose yourself to those risks? So how do we deal with that? Because we could be looking at prevention, but at the end of the day, our women are not stronger. So two of them could happen simultaneously, but I believe you have to build stronger women. And that had to be a focus, a strategy in the process. And I think that would help in the whole initiative. The issue of the workplace and all of those other areas, we have to do that. And the code that was mentioned, there was something with some SSOP and so on. I'm only hearing about it. And I think that the distribution of this maybe to businesses, through labor, to circulate it so that it can be shared within the business space. Because the schools, yes, but business has thousands of persons working in that space, and make it employers' responsibility through maybe the labor code or something, that there is some level of, if it's twice a year, workers have to go through some level of training. And say, well, you cannot impose that. The question is, those things affect our productivity. You affect the bottom line and at the end of the day. So you're not making it like a must, but it's part of good practices and so on. So I think we have to find those sort of ways to get into the wider public buying on those things. So with this said, I wouldn't say much more, because I know we have that debate coming up later on, which I will speak more on. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much. And I'm so glad that you're supporting women's empowerment by calling for women to be stronger. So you are welcome to be part of that program. But I want to say, when you say that women must not only be physically stronger, but mentally and so on, the two women who were killed, young women, were doing exactly that. One was already employed, and the other one was studying to advance themselves professionally and therefore to be able to get some of the social, emotional tools for their independence. So sometimes, in fact, it is when women are empowering themselves and becoming stronger that they may be seen as targets or victims. So the other side of the equation is also very important. I'll leave it at that. Senator Rahman, you have the floor. Birthday Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Appreciated. I would like to say good morning to the nation and those who are listening to us at home and abroad, all Grenadians, and to express my sympathies on the passing of Miss Lett and Miss Sebastian, and to what these things highlight is some of the problems that we have spoken about here in this honorable house. And solutions begin when we identify the problem and we work together to solve that problem. Solutions are not easily found when there is a blame game amongst leadership in the country. And so that needs to be avoided at all costs because that serves no one. What has happened has regrettably happened, and the question is, how do we put measures in place so that we disallow these things from happening again? My colleague, Senator Thomas, spoke about employers having a zero tolerance for harassment on the job, and that is a very good thing. And guidelines can be given from her ministry in that area. I keep speaking about an ethics program, a national ethics program. You see, Madam President, I have the opportunity whereby I come from two backgrounds. So I understand our local environment and what we have in our culture. And I also understand my religious background, what it says, what it teaches. And we are taught in Islam that men are the protectors and maintainers of women. Let me repeat that. Men are the protectors and maintainers of women, because God Almighty has given one more strength, naturally. So that strength is to be used to protect, not to hurt. And to provide for them through their means. So whether men recognize it today or not, even if the woman is independent and educated and working, the responsibility by God Almighty is still on the man to provide and to maintain. That's what I'm taught. I'm also taught that the best of you men are those who are best to their women folk. The best of men are those who are best to their women folk. As a matter of fact, in Islam, if a woman has to travel, for example, if my mother has to travel or my daughter has to travel, we are supposed to have a male protector, a mahram. You see, the same way when the Prime Minister travels, he has protectors. You see? he has people around to make sure he's safe. Every woman is given that right in my faith. So whether they go to travel, son have to travel with them. Uncle have to travel with them. Father have to travel with them. They could go alone. They have their license, they could drive. But that extra measure is there to protect them. So that men are involved in the lives of their women, whether it be fathers, uncles, brothers. So if men are more involved in the lives of their women, they can stop the women from being taken advantage of by some outsider. Because no man wants to hurt his own daughter unless he's insane, or his own mother, or his own sister. So they will protect their own, but they'll do that to somebody else's daughter. So that's why I spoke about the ethics program. And because some of the protections that God Almighty has given, because let's face it, the Creator has put a natural desire in man for woman. Whether women know that or not. The men can testify to that, or at least most men. I don't want to use that word. Yes. So he has put a natural desire in man. And that desire can be misplaced. And so therefore he has put protections, like marriage, like modest dress, how you carry yourself, who you train your child to speak to and who you train to stay away from, so on, so on, so on, so. He has put certain protections for us to protect our women folk. But society, in the name of modernism, has taken away a lot of those protections and eroded those protections under the theme of modernism. So we are equal in humanity, but are we equal in roles? Can I give birth? Can I breastfeed? Can I take on the role of a mother? No matter how hard I try, you can't. And I could tell you as a father raising children, that when my child was sick, or sick in the night and has a fever, and you know how children get, after, I can't take it anymore, look, hold your child. And the mother will stay with that child day in, day out, because certain qualities the Creator has given the mother, he has not given the man. I have to understand these things. And so we don't put we say, okay, we don't want our woman to be subservient and stay home and serve one man. But she could go and get a job in a bar where she could serve 100 men. So you have to understand. So even if you have this society where these freedoms now, these things, these regulations have been eroded, and this is the society we live in, that's why that program, that ethics program, is even more important today than ever before. Because we have to teach our children now from small things, how they should live. We should teach our children things like violence, about violence that we speak of, about stealing, about respect for elders, about acceptable speech and non-acceptable speech, what we are allowed to put in our calypsos. We have to address these things. These affect. We're fighting against social media. You know. You're trying to raise your child, and long ago you tell your child when they misbehave, go in your room. Today you tell them, you have to beg them to come out of the room. Or go and unplug the internet and then you might see them. So we have to address the modern challenges that we have and have a program. It must be a national program, and the churches and the religious bodies will agree to it. You still go to your church that you normally go to, but there are a lot that we share in common. And that cannot be taken for granted that every parent is going to deliver that, because they don't. I hope I don't have to speak on that again. Or if I do, it's in good terms. So I want to switch gears a little bit and commend the Minister for Education on the work that they're doing in the skills area as it relates to tourism. Tourism is a major part of our economy. And we need our people to have the skills to get the better paying jobs. We know that the resorts wouldn't bring in gardeners from another country. They wouldn't bring in waitresses from another country or bartenders necessarily from another country. We know they will hire those. We want the better jobs, the managerial jobs for our people, so that we should be able to fill those jobs, and that requires proper training. We also know that with skills, you can grow your manufacturing base. A country that has to depend on imports from everybody else will remain poor because you have to buy at the price that they're selling. So we have to grow our manufacturing base, and in order to do that, we need skills, and we need low energy. And so another thing that government can look at is to provide warehousing with proper solar systems. Perhaps they can ask some of their partners to provide some of these facilities so that small businesses can rent a space in a facility where it is powered by solar and there is very little cost. And the cost to electricity that they will be charged is just to maintain and to replace the system over a period of 20 years. And that could support small business initiatives. With regard to SUMA, it's a wonderful initiative. There's only one complaint I have, is that it came a little too late. We found out about it only about a week ago. So we would have loved to have more businesses participate. The Ministry of Education did what they could. They reached out to the private sector. So the Ministry of Education did have a meeting with the Grenada Hotel Association and the Chamber of Commerce, GCIC. I was there in that meeting, and the program seems to be a very, very good one. But you know, when these things come and they come to us in a short space of time, you don't have time to go to businesses to get their support. So I wish that by next year, if the matching part of the program, where businesses can give and it would be matched up to, it's actually $2 million US. We want to know that early, if it's going to be available, because I did ask the question to the SUMA representatives or the representatives on that Zoom call. I did ask, and they said because of funding through the UN and ever-increasing military budgets in the larger world, bigger countries, they're not sure if those programs are going to be maintained year on year. But we should prepare for it in the event that it is. So I think some further outreach from the ministry to the businesses, along with the businesses, I'll be happy to go. I'll be happy to go along with the ministry to support this, because it is a long-term program. It's not just a one-year thing or a 6 months thing. It's not a stint. It is to change education, improve education. It is actually a 3-year program, and in some cases a 6-year program. So it's a really, really good program. And one of the things, last thing I want to speak to that I recall from that session, is that a lot of our students that graduate from secondary school, they go right back into the school to teach without going to teachers' college. And that's not good enough. They need to get additional and associate's degree and go to teachers' college, so that when they come to teach, they will be more equipped than just what they receive from that particular school. And so I commend you for that. I'm happy to hear that the contribution from the private sector was so high. I didn't realize it was so high. So that's good in such a short time. We are one of those who contributed to that, by the way, personally, thank God. You know, and to improve the literacy rate as well is something that that program will seek to do. So with those comments, I thank you, Madam President.
And I thank you, Senator Rahman. Thank you for your exposition and for starting the national conversation. that has, well, it didn't start it, but it's ensuing following the murders of these two young women. I think we will reopen, and with the march on the 6th of March, we will reopen a whole big new conversation on defining the roles of men and women and the goals of society around equality. So thank you for getting it started. Any other comments? Or Senator Seville Francis, you have the floor. And I clearly do not wish to curb anybody's time, but just to remind us that we have already gone an hour and 15 minutes into a wonderful conversation, and it's Friday. Senator Seville Francis, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President. Do you have after-work plans on Friday? After-work lime on a Friday?
Oh, yes.
But Madam President, thank you for offering or allowing me to stand on the floor this morning. I would not be long. It's just to provide one quick update. Allow me to say good morning to the members in this honorable house and to the young people of our dear nation. Madam President, before I proceed into the update from the Ministry of Youth and Sports, allow me to join my voice with those of the many Grenadians across the world who are sending condolence to the families of our beautiful young women whose lives were taken way too soon. Madam President, it has been a very difficult time for us as young women, in particular grappling with the reality of what we are faced with. And I know persons have not really heard me publicly on the issue, and it's because I'm doing a lot of introspection and I don't wish to respond emotionally but strategically, because I am also one of the persons who has suffered similar fate, but thankfully I'm here. So I understand from a different perspective what it feels like for the family of those young women, and so I send my condolence and sympathy to the families. Madam President, to move on to the update from our ministry, we have been displaced for just about a year, and we have been functioning in different spaces. At the youth center, some persons were working from home, and we were also housed at the National Cricket and Athletics Stadium for just about a year. But I'm happy to report that we have now transitioned back into the ministerial complex. We're still doing some minor adjustments, but for the most part, as of this week, we have moved back physically into the ministerial complex. So I am also urging the public to sort of bear with us. You may be contacting us via the phone and so on and not getting that response. It's not because of the narrative that is out there that government workers don't answer their phones and all of that, but it's because, Madam President, of that transition period. So I just wanted to highlight that for those who are listening and viewing. And just one more thing, Madam President, is the National Youth Policy Survey is something that I want to bring to the attention of the public. It will be out in the public domain on Monday, God's will. It is to inform the national youth policy that we are lacking, Madam President, and so as part of our modernization method of consultation and to get more reach of our young people, we are putting out a national youth policy survey, and we are encouraging our young persons between the ages of 16 to 35 to participate. It is one of the ways that we will be able to gather the data so that we can better serve you. We do not want to We can, but it would not be fair to our young people to sit behind our desks and to develop a national youth policy, and they have not had a say, and the buy-in is equally important. There will be other forms of consultation, but as for now, we are encouraging our young people from Monday, when the link goes online, it will be shared via our social media platforms. We will be having some other means of engagement publicly with the form so that person can interact with it. But we are really urging our young people to participate in completing the form. It is not a very tedious process, just about 15 minutes. You can do it while you're on the bus, you can do it wherever. It is accessible and reachable via your smartphone, your computer, whatever means that you choose to. But we are really urging our young people to buy in, because that policy will shape how you are served, how you are treated, and the Grenada that you wish to live in as young people, because we are the inheritors of this beautiful land. Madam President, I did promise I'm not going to be long, and I don't want to hinder your after-work plans, so I'll take my seat at this point.
Well, I thank you for your youthful consideration, Senator Francis. And let me return the favor by saying it's more than a favor, that we are all elated and grateful that you are here. And the thought of you being a victim of gender violence sends us chills. We're just happy that you're here. And we celebrate you as we move on. I think this is the end of the ministerial reports and responses to them.
Item 11, personal explanations. Item 12, motions. Item 13, bills.
I offer the floor to Leader of Government Business in the Senate, Senator Adrian Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled Banking Amendments Bill 2026.
Honorable members, clerk.
A bill which seeks to amend the Banking Act number 20 of 2015, the Principal Act, to enhance the regulatory framework of the banking sector by incorporating banking and supervisory best practices, shortly entitled Banking Amendment Bill 2026.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Minister Thomas. Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question proposes that the bill be read a second time. Honorable Senator Thomas.
Madam President, in keeping with its mandate under Article 4 of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Agreement to promote a sound financial structure conducive to the balanced growth and development of the economies of participating governments, the ECCB undertook a review of the Banking Act number 20 of 2015, which is the Principal Act. Madam President, during this review, feedback was solicited from key industry stakeholders, including licensed financial institutions and various offices of attorneys general across the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. Madam President, this bill is really and truly a holistic representation of these efforts and features enhancements to the regulatory framework of the banking sector. Madam President, it was noted that 10 banking and supervisory best practice pertaining to various areas was well documented. 1, expanded permissible activities. Number 2, revocation of licenses. Number 3, regulations of Bureau de Exchange facilities. Number 4, dividend payments. Number 5, prohibition on outsourcing. Number 6, prohibition on shell banks. Number 7, market conduct supervision. Number 8, establishment of the Financial Dispute Resolution Commission. And the final, I said 10, but it's 9, Madam President, regulation of fees and charges. Accordingly, Madam President, this amendment bill of 2026, the Banking Amendment Bill, seeks to amend the Principal Act and to enhance the regulatory framework of the banking sector by incorporating banking and supervisory best practices and to introduce a new area of market conduct supervisions which supports consumers' protection, promotes financial literacy, financial inclusion, and market integrity. And so, Madam President, we have 19 clauses in this bill, and I would like to present them to this honorable House. Clause 1 of the bill provides for the short title. Clause 2 deals with definition of various terms throughout the bill. Clause 3, Madam President, amends Clause 2 of the Act to modify existing definition for terms like branch, exposure, related parties, and to introduce a new definition for the term Bureau de Exchange. Madam President, in Clause 4, we amended Section 10, subsection 2 of the Act to include broker and dealer services, provisions of payment and of payment card services, investment management services, and insurance businesses as agents as permissible activities in which a licensed financial institution may engage. In Clause 5, we amend Section 14 of the Act by substituting subsection 2 to clarify that the central bank must consider the licensed financial institution's written objection before deciding whether to revoke its license. A new subsection, Madam President, under section 14 will be inserted, section 2A, subsection 2A, to specify the instances in which the central bank does not require the subsection of written objections in order to revoke the license of a licensed financial institution. Also, Madam President, in clause 6, there will be a new a new section, section 19A, will be inserted, Madam President, to address the requirement for operating, relocating, and closing a Bureau de Exchange. Clause 7 amends section 44, subsection 3A, for consistency to refer to the principal place of business as already defined in the Act instead of main office. Clause 8 of the bill amends section 45 of the Act. And in subsection 2, the word profit is substituted by the word retained earnings. Further on, Madam President, subsection 3 is substituted to clarify that a licensed financial institution must obtain the approval of the central bank in order to pay dividends where there is a projected loss for the financial year. In clause 9, Madam President, section 50 of the Act is amended, and so we are proposing to this Honorable House that subsection 2 is substituted to require board approval for related party exposure in keeping with the materiality threshold developed by the licensed financial institution based on the correlating prudential standard. Within that section, Madam President, section 50, a new subsection 4A is also introduced to clarify that a licensed financial institution may lend unlimited to a participating government or other related bodies that are guaranteed by the participating government. Clause 10, Madam President, attention is being paid to section 53 of the Act to substitute the heading to read prohibition on engaging or investing in trade to correlate with the content of the section. Within section 53, subsection 7, is also substituted to require a licensed financial institution to obtain approval from the central bank before listing its real or immovable property. In clause 11, of the bill, a new section 53A is introduced to provide for a prohibition on outsourcing. Under this new section, a licensed financial institution is prohibited from outsourcing material functions without first obtaining approval from the central bank. Further on, Madam President, a licensed financial institution must notify the central bank before outsourcing its non-material functions. In Clause 12, Section 59 of the Act, Madam President, of the bill is being addressed for consistency between the heading and the provisions in the section, which speaks to the preparation and presentation of financial statements. Clause 13 of the bill introduced new subsections 6 and 7 in Section 69 of the Act, Principal Act. These subsections, Madam President, provides for the publication and exhibition of a notice detailing the grant of an extension by the central bank to a licensed financial institution to publish its audited financial statements. And as we move to Clause 14 of the bill, Madam President, a new Part 6A is being inserted. And this, Madam President, provides for the prohibition on the operation, establishment, and continuance of relations with shell banks. Part 7 of the Act is amended by Clause 15, Madam President. The part heading is substituted to clarify that the purview of the part is prudential supervision. And now, Madam President, we come to Clause 16 of this bill, and we are proposing to introduce new Part 7A to the Act, which addresses the new area of market conduct supervision. Madam President, we are heading into new grounds, and we thought it is very important to fall in line. This clause, Madam President, contains 13 what we call divisions. I will just highlight what the main divisions deal with. And in some instances, I may even go in details. In Division 1, Madam President, it contains new sections. Section 96A and Section 96B. Section 96A provides that laws on consumer protection do not apply to Part 7A. And the new section 96B contains the interpretation for Part 7A, which identifies key terms used in the part, including bundled services or bundled products, complainants, corrective action, financial consumer protection, financial contract, financial education, financial inclusion, financial literacy, financial services or financial products, financial consumers dispute, market conduct, small businesses, tied and vulnerable consumers. Number of terms listed there. In Division 2, within the clause, Madam President, it provides for regulation of licensed financial institution by central bank with respect to market conduct. This division, Madam President, consists of new sections 96C to 96I. 96C enables the central bank to cooperate and exchange information throughout memoranda of understanding with other regulators and relevant entities with respect to market conduct supervisions. The new section 96D, the central bank, the functions of the central banks are enumerated, including maintaining a fair, accessible, efficient, and sustainable financial sector, promoting and advancing the welfare of financial consumers, and promoting fair financial business practices. Provisions is also made to clarify that financial stability supersedes market conduct considerations in the event of a conflict. Another new section, section 96E, sets out, Madam President, the powers the central bank may exercise under this part, including undertaking mystery shopping, performing market conduct examination, and inspection of documents. Madam President, the central bank is also empowered to exercise the reasonable expenses to carry out any of its power with respect to a licensed financial institution. Madam President, another new section, section 96F, provides the power of the central bank to request information from licensed financial institution in carrying out its function. Section 96G provides for an authorized officer of the central bank to undertake market conduct examination, including the examination of the books of the licensed financial institution. Madam President, under the new section 96H, the central bank, Madam President, has the power to undertake enforcement action with respect to financial institutions that fail to comply with market conduct provisions, including directing a licensed financial institution to refund a financial consumer affected by its failure to comply. And under this division, Madam President, section 96I, the central bank may publish data regarding market conduct measures adopted and a summary of fees and charges of licensed financial institution. Madam President, another one of the 13th division, number 3, encapsulates the duties of licensed financial institution with respect to financial market conduct. And this division, Madam President, comprises of section 96G to 96T. Madam President, section 96J places a general obligation on licensed financial institutions to treat financial consumers equitably, honestly, and fairly, and giving special consideration to the needs of vulnerable consumers. Under the new section 96K, licensed financial institutions have a duty to retain their records, Madam President. Under the new section 96L, licensed financial institutions also have an obligation to ensure that the agents and third parties comply with the market conduct provisions. Under the new section 96M, a licensed financial institution is required, Madam President, to submit a biannual report to the central bank which specifies policies adopted regarding financial consumers protection, Madam President. The new section 96N provides that a licensed financial institution must establish an internal complaint handling procedure consistent with codes of conduct issued by the central bank. And as I go on, Madam President, Section 96O, a licensed financial institution is required to be transparent with respect to the financial services and financial products. And Section 96P prohibits a licensed financial institution from undertaking misleading or false advertising. The new Section 96Q states that a licensed financial institution is enabled to conduct financial education programs for financial consumers. Madam President, Section 96R contains a licensed financial institution's obligation with respect to the publication and deduction of its interest rates, fees, and charges. The new section, Section 96S, requires the licensed financial institution to develop and implement a financial inclusion and accessibility policy. Madam President, it goes on to say that the new Section 96T, a licensed financial institution is required to make a basic bank account available to a vulnerable consumer who meets the enumerated criteria. Madam President, in Division 4, it outlines the licensed financial institution's obligation with respect to contractual arrangements. And again, under the new Section 96U, a licensed financial institution is obligated, Madam President, to consider and to disclose key information to a financial consumer at different stages of the contractual process. Madam President, in Section 96V, it states that a licensed financial institution is prohibited from limiting or exempting itself from its contractual obligations, Madam President. Within Division 4, it is stated that a licensed financial institution must express the terms of a financial contract in plain and intelligible language, which are fair and non-prejudicial to the financial consumer under the new Section 96W and 96X respectively. And Section 96Y states that a financial consumer has a cooling off period in which to terminate a financial contract, Madam President. Division 5, it provides for the provision of financial services or products by means of distant communication. And here, Madam President, another new section 96Z, which provides for the supply of financial services or financial products by means of distance communication or distance contracts. Under Division 6, this division, Madam President, speaks to the abusive practices prohibited under the Pact. This division, Madam President, houses new sections, sections 96AA to section 96EE. The new section 96AA prohibits a licensed financial institution from instituting any unfair, deceptive, or abusive practice. Madam President, Section 96BB prohibits the use of abusive collection and debt recovery practices. Madam President, Section 96CC requires the licensed financial institution to put in place mechanisms to avoid fraud and misuse of financial consumers' assets. Section DD, which is a new section, Madam President, again requires that the default interest rates be specified in the financial contract. And Section 96EE indicates that a licensed financial institution is prohibited from unduly restricting the choice of consumers through bundling or trying practices under this section. Madam President, within Clause 16, Division 7, it offers protection of consumers' data and confidentiality. And this division contains new sections, Section 96 FF to Section 96 II. Under Section 96 FF, Madam President, a licensed financial institution has a duty of confidentiality and is required to protect non-public consumers' data. Section 96G, Madam President, states that a licensed financial institution must disclose to its financial consumers matters related to the collection and use of non-public consumers' data. Under the new section 96HH, transfers the measures that a licensed financial institution must put in place with respect to the storage of non-public consumers' data. And Section 96I, Madam President, provides the circumstances in which a licensed financial institution is permitted to disclose non-public consumer data. Madam President, under Division 8, within Clause 16, this division contains new sections 96JJ and 96KK. Section 96JJ, a licensed financial institution, Madam President, must, with respect to financial service or a financial product undertake appropriate market research before launching it and continuously train its employees. Further, the licensed financial institution's sale policy must not incentivize unethical practices towards financial consumers. Madam President, Division 9. This new section, Madam President, 96LL to 96RR, deals with complaints to central bank. The new section 96LL, Madam President, it empowers the central bank to receive complaints with respect to licensed financial institutions. Madam President, Section 96MM sets out the grounds and time period for submission of a complaint. Madam President, Section 9600, the action deals with the action of the central bank takes on receipt of a complaint is outlined in this section. Madam President, under the new section 96PP, it provides for the assessment of a complaint by the central bank. Madam President, under the new section 96QQ, it provides for the section 96PP. Madam President, under the new section 96PP, a complainant or a licensed financial institution may withdraw a complaint. And under the new section 96QQ, it provides for the assessment of a complaint by the central bank. Madam President, under section 96RR, the central bank is empowered to apply an alternative dispute resolution technique or process in resolving complaints or disputes. Madam President, within clause 16, division 10, we have new sections from 96SS to 96YY. And basically, Madam President, Division 10 deals with investigations by the central bank. And under this division, there are a list of procedure that the central bank will follow. Madam President, Division 11, within clause 16, it deals with Financial Disputes Resolution Commission, and it set out matters relating to the establishment, composition, and jurisdiction of the Financial Dispute Resolution Commission. Madam President, Division 12, I will not list all the measures here, Madam President, it's clearly outlined. Madam President, Division 12, deals with complaints before the Commission and outlines matters in relation to a complaint to the Commissioner. This new section, Madam President, Section 96QQQ, sets out the criteria the Commission must consider in making a decision. And again, Madam President, we have a list of criteria and matters under this division. And the final division, Division 13, provides for the maintenance of a registered complaints and decision with respect to the Central Bank and the Commission. And here, Madam President, we have section 96, Y, and a new section also, section 96, Z, which provides for a transitional period of 6 months within which licensed financial institutions are required to comply with the market conduct provisions. Madam President, it has been a long bill, but we have 3 more clauses. Clause number 17, which amends section 183 of the Act to provide that the minister, on the recommendation of the Central Bank, may make regulations with respect to the forms and procedures for the resolution of complaints and disputes between financial consumers and licensed financial institutions. Madam President, Clause 18 of the bill amends Section 184 of the Act, Principal Act, to provide that the Central Bank may issue prudential standards with respect to the maximum amount of fees and charges that may be applied by a licensed financial institution. Madam President, this clause goes on to say further, new subsection 2 and 3 are inserted to provide for the publication of the prudential standards in the Gazette and to accord the prudential standards the force of law. And finally, Madam President, clause 19 of the bill, a new section has been inserted, section 184A, to enable the Central Bank to issue codes of conduct and financial market conduct on the area including appropriate product design and delivery methodology of pricing, fair and respectful treatment of financial consumers, complaint handling procedure, and timely reconciliation or adjustment of financial consumers' accounts. Madam President, provisions is also made for the publication of the codes of conduct in the Gazette and according to the same force of law. Madam President, I now conclude the presentation of this bill, and I commend it to this honorable House for lively debate and discussion and finally approval. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished senator for his presentation of the bill. And the floor is open, and I listened to you carefully to try to assess what this enhancement actually does. First of all, I'm surprised that the banking system exists without some of these proposals. So it's a good thing in that sense. But I listened to try to ascertain whether or not, as a consumer, as a banking consumer, if the balance of these enhancements fall proportionately either side, if they fall towards the banking institutions or towards the abstract and not too abstract notion of regulations, or towards consumers. Now, the AG is here, and I'm sure she will address that all legislation is in fact a balancing act. And I said this morning, Attorney General, that we are privileged today to be the sitting of the Senate to be serviced by an all-women's brigade, including your distinguished legal advisors, 2 women, so they might also chip in on this in your ear or otherwise. You know, enhancements are to improve the product, the functioning of the product, the user of the product. where does the balance lie? Because there are issues such as confidentiality and distance users and vulnerable users and so on that are brought in and covered. One would have thought that they've covered before. We have banks in Carriacou, for example, on the distance. You know, I don't think we have Braille in our banks, but is that contemplated in this new regulation? So these, you know, the codes of conduct in the last clause, are they to cover the institution as well as the individual and the methodology of doing business in the bank? So I'll be listening for that because I think that's what the consumers in Grenada are listening for, Grenadians who are or those who are using our banking system. How does it enhance the process for the citizen, the user, the consumer, as opposed to strengthening banking regulations that might in fact have impact, positive or otherwise, on those who use it. So I happily offer the floor to the kindly gentleman from the distant banking area of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Senator Cox will make his intervention. Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and let me extend a pleasant morning to our colleagues and viewers. Madam President, I rise to make my contribution on this bill before this Honorable House, Banking Amendment Bill 2026. And just to highlight a few critical observations, and we do have some legal minds here, and of course our lead legal person on the other side in the House who may help us to navigate as we go through this somewhat intrusive legislation. Madam President, I support this legislation in the context of modernization, for principle of modernizing the banking system and ensuring that Grenada also falls in line with banking principles as we move forward. There are always moving parts in the financial sector, and it's important for us to be part of it. But in that context, it is important that we also look at the issue of the concentration of power at one singular institution, and also look at the whole issue and how that's going to affect our local banking system. Also the issue of constitutional rights and due process. Those are all part of this, and you yourself, Madam President, raised some issues regarding accountability and certain safeguards. So it's with those thematic areas I raise some critical observations within this legislation. Madam President, this legislation obviously, of course, significantly expanded the powers of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. And just to look at some of the areas in terms of what will be covered under this new legislation, we talk about the fees, setting fees and charges. Those are identified in Section 92A. And imposing administrative penalties, directing refunds, conducting mystery shopping, issuing binding codes of conduct with the force of law, and publishing enforcement decisions. Those are some of the key things, instruments that the bank will be overseeing. As such, Madam President, in looking at the whole issue of the maximum fees and charges under Section 92A, there are some questions, and some of it is, as I said, for clarification, and I do know we have our legal persons here, so they can help. This basically is a new approach, and Madam President, I didn't hear from the Speaker, the President of the bill, but I presume that this is a harmonized legislation, and other member states within the Eastern Caribbean member states will have to contend with this legislation as well. So basically this legislation, Madam President, I think is proposing a kind of new economic price support model where that the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank will be basically looking at price control in the banking sector. And that is something new. I don't know if that is consistent with other countries or other areas, but that is something that we are being contend with, that we are asked to contend with now. The question is whether or not this approach is going to in any way discourage investment, whether or not how it's going to affect smaller indigenous banks. Would they suffer this appropriate, in any way possible? And that is one of the things that we, disproportionately, whether or not those banks, smaller banks or financial institutions will suffer in that regard. And I did heard from the presenter that there were consultations with financial institutions. So as guessing much, those questions hopefully were raised. Madam President, I believe that when we're doing this, there must be some clear, transparent methodology that will support and support for our local banking sector and some of the services that we have to access. Another area of concern, Madam President, is Section 184A, and is more concerned for this Honorable House. And that is the Codes of Conduct, meaning that Codes of Conduct will have legal force. Codes issued by the Central Bank will be published in our Gazette and will have legal force. The question is, what does that mean? This effectively allows the Central Bank to legislate without our Parliament, basically. And so I don't know if the other member states are going to look at that, if that is something that we are comfortable with, if we trust the Central Bank to deal with that particular aspect without that oversight. So that is something that I raise for us to think about. Because basically, Parliament in some respect is surrendering its lawmaking authority to the Central Bank in that regard. The other area of concern, and more so for the business community, and I'm not sure if my colleague on this side from the business community has identified that, but under Section 96A, removal of Consumer Protection Act oversight. And what this bill is seeking to do, that the Consumer Protection Act does not apply to any disputes under this act, this part. So what is basically, it creates a parallel regulatory regime, meaning that some institutions will have to do it, and while others will not be governed by our Consumer Protection Act. That is something that I think, I'm not certain if that was looked at and how we're going to treat with it. Basically removing the jurisdiction for Consumer Affairs Division. Basically, we wouldn't have anything to do with this particular issue regarding this bill. As I said, Madam President, going back to my initial statement, we're giving some sweeping powers to the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. So whether or not this will safeguard or prevent any regulatory overreach, that is something that we'll have to see, we'll have to look at. The next area that I just wanted to highlight, significant penalties, heavy administrative penalties, outsourcing breaches, shell banking violations, So those penalties, the only thing I would say, Madam President, whether or not those penalties are proportionate, and or whether those are they appeal to any safeguards. So those is basically, that is what I would just raise about those fees. And another last question on the fees, could these administrative fees be imposed without judicial oversight? So that is something we just need some little clarification on in looking at it. I'm not certain if the bill was clear on the process as to who determines the penalty and you know, what is the timeline that applies for those penalties. I probably would have missed that, but I just wanted to raise that. I think this bill also establishes a special commission within the central bank. I think that in itself, that special commission, if I could recall the exact name for that commission, just give me a minute, I might just be able to. I wanted to raise that because that commission, or committee that will be established by the central bank, the FDRC, yes. That committee, everyone who would be appointed on that committee would be selected by the central bank. And so the question is whether or not this really lends itself to true independence in terms of addressing concerns regarding the Financial Dispute Resolution Commission. That's the name of the commission that will be set up. So I wanted to highlight that as well as a key issue on whether or not there might be an opportunity for a different model in terms of the constitution of that commission. Because although it says that the central bank will consult with the financial institutions on the appointments or revocation of appointments for persons on that committee, the 3-member committee. I think because all the members are appointed by the central bank, it lends itself to be questioned whether or not the whole issue of independency from that committee is achieved. So that committee, Madam President, the whole issue of independence is critical. And in the context of where we are and what we do, we're in a political system, you know, and of course, sometimes persons can overreach for political or other reasons, so we must look for some independence in those things. The bank accounts, Madam President, the mandatory basic bank account, section 96T. The banks must provide basic accounts to vulnerable customers. And while that is an okay proposal, Madam President, the issue of support, financial inclusion is fine. But the question is, who absorbed that cost? I think that was not clear. And will this increase fees elsewhere for other customers? That is something that is not clear as well. So, and whether or not some assessment was done in terms of the impact of that cost. So I think that is something that I have raised. I want to just raise as critical for observation. Madam President, the other area that I wanted to look at there's a few issues with this legislation. Quite a bit, it's very hefty. And I just wanted to point out some of the more important ones for us to look at. Just 2 more points I wanted to raise, Madam President. And the next one has to do with Section 53A, outsourcing restrictions. Banks must obtain approval for outsourcing material functions. And the concern is what qualifies as material? And that is the question before us. What qualifies as material? Could this delay digital transformation? That is a question. And is this consistent with the regional fintech development? So I know that there are things taking place within the region, and so whether or not this legislation creates any conflict with what is taking place in the modern digital economy, in restricting outsourcing, what rules may apply. So I wanted to raise that as well. Madam President, this bill is very encapsulating for the financial sector in terms of giving the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank some significant overreach or oversight. In one way, it depends on who is speaking on this particular bill, Madam President. So, but I just wanted to raise it for what it's worth. But it's important. We understand, and I don't think that in any way the central bank is thinking in any adverse way, but sometimes trying to be careful can also be harmful if not carefully looked at. So that is something that we just have to pay attention to it. And actually sometimes establishing some of these legislations can also create loopholes for other things that might be adverse for the sector as well. So just one last thing, Madam President, I wanted to raise, and that has to do with, I think that is the market conduct examination powers. So the central bank may enter premises, request documents, impose penalties, and conduct mystery shopping, right? That is what the powers that are afforded to the central bank under this. And so question regarding this particular section, Madam President, is, are warrants required? What are the warrant requirements in this regard? Are they going to issue warrants? Is there adequate judicial oversight for those activities? And what protects confidential business data? How that is going to be protected when those intrusions or premises entry are made. Madam President, I think you raised the whole issue of confidentiality as well. Madam President, that is where the issue, the concern of constitutional concern come in about property rights and privacy. So I think that is an area that is somewhat tricky. That is not my forte. We do have some legal minds here who can probably speak more to that. I guess as much the Ministry of Legal Affairs would have also done their research to see whether or not we are kept within the confines of our constitutional rights, and those are not being infringed on. The last area, I think, Madam President, dividend restrictions. The central bank approval is required if rejecting any net loss. So that one might be overreach. So the question is, does this restrict commercial decision making? Is this restrict commercial decision making too heavily? And that is the question. How far is this? If an institution is making a financial decision based on its profit, you cannot now say that you're not paying dividends. The bank is the one who will have to say yes, whether or not you should pay or not. So that in itself is something that I think warrants some a closer look at. I don't know, Madam President, how that will affect investments going forward, whether or not persons who may want to invest in businesses here or want to start business, how that will affect the banking sector, foreign direct investment, I don't know. And the question is, again, we come back to the whole issue of the constitutional and the rights and due process, how that interfere with shareholders' rights as well. So those are some of the key points I wanted to raise, Madam President. I do hope that this may help bring some clarity, not just for the presenter, but also for other key persons who might be listening and not being able to actually go through this bill, browse it through in its entirety. But this bill, Madam President, while I did indicate support for the whole issue of modernizing approach and staying true to the financial sector, I think there are some areas, some gray areas that we must look at and pay attention to, and whether or not amendments may be required going forward after our deliberations today. As you know, Madam President, this place, this house, we always do look at amendments and bills before us with a closer eyes, and because this is the last stop. Yeah, so I think with that, Madam President, these are my contribution I want to make on this bill at this point in time, and just to say I do support the concept and, of course, the idea behind what is trying to be done, but we do have some areas that we must look at closely. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Leader of His Majesty's Opposition in the Senate. You are correct. This is the last stop. And the separation of the two houses are intended precisely for that reason, that more thorough analysis would be conducted by all of us, all of you in the Senate. So thank you for posing the question of modernization in relation to overreach or oversight. Good. And now she has requested and has been offered the floor, and this is Senator Claudette Thomas, who is also Attorney General. Claudette Joseph. Got the Josephs and the Thomas is seriously mixed up. Claudette Joseph.
Thank you, Madam President. And good morning to all of my colleagues here in this honorable house, and also to everyone listening to this debate, wherever you may be located, and of course, by whatever mode you may be listening. Madam President, I rise to lend my full support to the bill now debated before this honorable House, the Banking Amendment Bill 2026. Madam President, this bill seeks to amend the Principal Act, the Banking Act number 20 of 2015. Madam President, the Banking Act, the Principal Act, is a comprehensive bit of legislation that speaks to and regulate and control how banking business is conducted in Grenada. Not just Grenada, Madam President, but the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, of which Grenada is a part. So in that respect, the Act is a harmonized bit of legislation that is in force in all of the member states of the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. we are far more united, harmonized, and integrated as a Caribbean people than a lot of us recognize. So in the Eastern Caribbean, in banking and financial services, we are harmonized under one central bank, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. And so the main regulatory authority under the Banking Act is, in fact, the ECCB. And we all know that the bank is proudly headed by a Grenadian son of the soil, an old Heinzie boy, and an old GBSS boy, and an old TAMCC boy, what was then Grenada National College. And let me make a little boast, a classmate of mine too. We were in economics. He was, at the time, Grenada National College, doing our A-levels. So I could attest to the soundness of the current leadership of the central bank. Madam President, the amendment before this Honorable House seeks to offer an improvement to the Banking Act and to answer the question you posed, Madam President. The majority of the amendments that are before this Honorable House favor the ordinary consumer of the services provided by the licensed institutions under the legislation. It aims for greater consumer protection. It aims for more fairness and equity in how consumers of the services provided under the legislation are treated. It provides for a regime of consumer protection and consumer handling of consumer complaints, for example. I'll speak to that a little more. In fact, Section 96 introduces a whole new regime that's in Part 7A. The new insertion, Part 7A, introduces a whole new regime under the rubric market conduct supervision that is aimed at consumer protection for persons who interact with the banks or the financial institutions in the legislation titled Financial Consumers. But before we speak a little more on that, Madam President, I would like to draw attention to some of the amendments, particularly the amendment to Section 10(2) of the legislation, and that amendment seeks to expand the scope of services and activities that a licensed financial institution may engage in. Under the Principal Act, there is a list there at 10(2) of the services and activities that the financial institutions may provide and engage in. And let me just quickly share with this Honorable House, in the Principal Act, some of the services that the the financial institutions may engage in. And those include, under Section 10, subsection 2, accepting of deposits and other repayable funds, lending, financial leasing, investment in financial securities, money transmission services, issuing and administering means of payment, including credit cards, traveler's checks, bank drafts, and electronic money transfers, guarantees and commitments, keeping and administration of securities, credit reference services, safe custody of valuables, electronic banking, payment and collection of services. So all of these are services that current financial institutions may provide to customers. And in this amendment, across the ECCU, the proposal is to include broker-dealer services, provision of payment, card services, investment management services, insurance business as an agent, and any other services that the central bank may determine as banking practice. So the amendment will widen the net of customers that the financial institutions may engage with. So again, this augurs well for persons who use the services of these financial institutions. Again, Madam President, Section 14 of the Act is being amended to empower the central bank in certain circumstances to revoke the license of a financial institution. In fact, the current Section 14 allows the central bank to do that in certain circumstances where they are not complying with the Act, where they are conducting themselves in a manner that is not in the best interest of the customers, detrimental, in breach of provisions of the Act, fails to comply with the terms of the license, fails to commence operation within a one-year period after establishment, conducting its affairs in a manner detrimental to the national or regional interests or the interests of depositors of the financial institution, where they fail to maintain sufficient liquidity, where they're not properly capitalized. So these are the circumstances under the existing regime in relation to which the central bank may revoke a license of a financial institution. So the amendment that is now proposed will give the financial institution in relation to which the central bank desires or proposes to revoke the license a right to receive a notice from the central bank specifying the grounds on which the central bank intends to revoke the license. So it recognizes the rights as, in relation to the concern raised by my colleague, Senator Cox. So here we have a greater recognition of the rights and privileges under the legislation of the financial institution. So the bank must now give notice of its intention to revoke and specify the grounds on which it is intending to revoke, and must give the financial institution to file objections to the notice of intention to revoke. And of course, in filing the objections, the institution must give the reasons for its objections before the central bank considers or actually takes them. So again, we see the balancing happening here. In this case, in relation to this amendment, the interest of the institution is given greater care and attention by allowing it the right to object to the central bank's express intention to revoke. Then we have Section 45.
Yeah. Thank you. And this is contained in Section 14.
14, the amendment to Section 14, it is at Section 5 of the bill before this Honorable House. Section 5 of the bill speaks to amendment to Section 14 of the Principal Act. So if you look at, Madam President, subsection 2, at subsection 2A, right, so there's a deletion of section 2 of the Act as it stands now, and an insertion of a new section 2. And it says that before revoking a license under subsection 1,
I'm reading by clauses. This is clause 5.
yes, I'm saying yes.
Clause. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Well, as lawyers, we speak of sections in this jurisdiction. I notice in the parliament you say clause, but in the courts we say section. So pardon me if I am saying section.
Clause 5, section 14 of the Act. Got it.
Yeah. Right. So that's where I'm referring to. Well, yeah, I get you. I'm speaking of the section 14 of the Principal Act, so it is a section. The section is being amended.
The Act.
Yes. So, again, Madam President, in this bill before the House, to keep with the terminology that is preferred in this Honorable House, I will refer to clause 8 of the bill before the House that amends section 45 of the Principal Act.
May I take us back to clause 5 of the bill, section 14 of the Act? You are presenting this as an example of
Where the interest of the financial institution is
has to be taken
considered
into consideration.
in a fair and reasonable manner, giving them the opportunity to, requiring the regulatory authority, which is the central bank, rather than just on its own volition revoking the license of financial institution, requiring the regulatory authority now to give the licensed financial institution notice in writing of its intention to revoke the license and specifying the grounds on which it proposes to do so.
Expanded consumer protection.
Yes. Well, yeah, in this case, the financial institution is like the customer of the central bank, if you want to put it like that, right? And then the financial institution has to submit to the central bank within a specified period, which must not be less than 30 days, a written statement of objections to the proposed revocation, right? And the central bank now must consider the objections. So this here protects the licensed institution. Madam President, if I may go on to clause 8, I believe it is, yes, of the bill before this Honorable House, which seeks to amend section 45 of the Principal Act. And the amendment seeks to insert a new section that will restrict the institutions from paying out a dividend without the central bank's consent, where the institution is making a loss. I think I heard my friend, Senator Cox, raise concern about this, but I don't think he captured the condition under which this prohibition will apply, and that will be where a loss is being made. So if you're not making a profit, because most of us will have done principles of business, some of us did A-level economics, and we know that a business, you don't distribute dividends to shareholders if you're making a loss, because the dividends are based on profits. So the restriction here is if the institution is making a loss and it desires, in the face of that, to still engage in profit sharing with its shareholders, it must get the consent of the central bank or the approval of the central bank. Because these institutions comprise depositors' funds. Their resources are, for the most part, funds of depositors, customers of these banks. That's where they derive their monies from, for the most part. So if you are going to use customers' deposits to pay out a dividend to your shareholders in the context where you're making a loss, that should properly, for the protection of your customers, be scrutinized by the central authority. And that is what this insertion is all about. So it's not necessarily overreaching as such. It is more geared at protecting the customers of the financial institutions. Because we have had in Grenada instances already where entities making a loss, paying out dividends, their directors and executives living large, and customers left holding the short end of the stick. I mean, by way of comparison, those were not institutions regulated by the central bank, but we had in Grenada and in the Eastern Caribbean the experience of BICO, CLICO, these institutions where evidently they were not profitable, but the way they conducted themselves and the executives conducted themselves, they were not conducting themselves as institutions that were not profitable, and therefore, consequently, our people sustained significant losses. We also have had in Grenada the experience of the Capital Bank International, which was an institution that should have been licensed by the central bank, was not granted a license for reasons given by the central bank then. They were not properly capitalized, their directorship, their corporate structure, corporate governance structure did not pass the smell test. All of these reasons, the central bank did not issue a banking license, the Capital Bank International. Notwithstanding that, it was allowed to operate as a commercial bank in Grenada. And well, we know what happened. The rest is history. The bank crashed, and its depositors lost millions and millions of dollars. Madam President, that takes me to the other section I would like to highlight, which is Part 6A. That's a new, no, 7A. That's a new insertion of the Part 7A and sections, which deals with the new section 69A of the legislation. And in 69A, the bill proposes that licensed institutions shall not operate a shell bank or facilitate the operation of a shell bank, which is what allowed for Capital Bank International, Madam President, to be able to function unfortunately, in Grenada, because the clearinghouse facility was not afforded to Capital Bank International, but they were facilitated through certain businesses operating in the country, allegedly, including certain law firms, and also they had accounts at commercial banks. So, although they were not within the clearinghouse facility and were not regulated by the central bank, they were able to operate by this very means through which the new Section 69 is trying to avoid in future by enjoining central licensed institutions from operating shell banks or facilitating the operation of a shell bank. So with this section in place, Madam President, we ought not to endure a repeat of Capital Bank in Grenada or in anywhere in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. And failure to comply with this section will constitute an offense. The contravention of this section will attract at minimum $1 million fine. Madam President, in relation to some of the matters, these are the matters I wanted to highlight. But I would also mention that the Consumer Protection Act at Section 69, Madam President, the Consumer Protection Act will not be applicable to the Banking Act. Because, Madam President, Section 69 and from Section 69N, I believe it is, onwards, makes provisions for a regime of consumer complaints. I think they refer to as the financial consumer in the new Section 69, the definition section there. Financial consumer means an individual or a small business who occupies or intends to acquire, who acquires or intends to acquire financial services or financial products from a licensed financial institution. And it includes a person acting on behalf of an individual or a small business. So basically, when we speak of financial consumer, we are speaking of the regular customers of the banks, the financial institution. And this part here establishes a regime for the lodging and treatment of consumer complaints when there is disgruntlement or dissatisfaction. I think it's N, let me get to HRGKL. We get to section 96N provides for the internal complaint handling process, and it requires a financial institution to establish an internal complaint handling procedure consistent with codes of conduct issued by the central bank. And of course, it must identify the format in which the complaints are to be submitted, the means by which complaints are to be submitted, and the personnel directed to process the complaints. And Madam President, because this internal complaint mechanism is set up by this section of the Act, the need for the applicability of the Consumer Protection Act is obviated, because we know the Consumer Protection Act has a whole regime there. And in fact, only recently we had the Governor General appoint the tribunal on the Consumer Protection Act. So that is up and running in relation to other types of consumer complaints. But here, because of the unique nature of the services provided as well, there is provision for the internal complaint mechanism, again, under the guidance and regulation of the central bank. And so Madam President, I don't think there is any concern really that the powers of the Parliament are going to be in any way affected, because under ordinary legislation, other types of legislation, where you have a minister being the central feature or the regulatory person under any other legislation, the minister may issue regulations. You know that almost all other kind of legislation. The minister will issue regulations. Of course, never, as I said when we were last year, never in isolation. I said that when we were discussing the Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Amendment Bill. It's always in consultation with the relevant stakeholders. So that would be customers, the central bank, the financial institutions, and whatever codes and regulations that are set up will be done after all these consultations have taken place. And just as the minister, without having to come back to Parliament, can issue regulations in the form of statutory rules and orders, for most legislation here, it is the central bank that does that. That's all it means. And these SRNOs have those secondary legislation. They do have the force of law. So what the legislation stated here was actually what is obvious. Even if it wasn't noted in the legislation that the codes and regulations will have legal effect, they would still have had legal effect, right? Once issued by the central bank and published in the Gazette, they would be done in the form of statutory instruments or statutory SRNO. So there is really no risk here of the customers being disadvantaged in any way. Madam President, Section 92, I would just like to point out. Now this, as I said before, Madam President, is a harmonized bit of legislation. And the insertion of Section 92A, a new Section 92A, that sets a maximum amount of fees and charges that may be applied by a financial institution in the legislation that was intended to be passed, and that was passed already in some of the jurisdictions that have done the amendment to the Banking Act. It's discretionary. So in the other jurisdictions, their Section 92A will say the central bank shall set the maximum amount of fees. No, may. Their version will say the central bank may set the maximum maximum amount of fees and charges that may be applied by a financial institution. Ours will have that slight difference where we say shall. Reason being, we have an ongoing issue in our society where the financial institutions charge exorbitant fees. Sometimes you have a little deposit in the bank and you think you have money in the bank, and when you go, your account is depleted. You are not withdrawing, you are not doing anything. You are not withdrawing, you are not depositing, you are just saving. And the banks would be withdrawing these exorbitant fees, which are called service fees and all kind of other fees, when they're not really servicing you with anything because your money is just sitting there, free for them to use and invest as they please. But somehow they're still charging you once you have the account. Also, you're encouraged a few years ago, customers were encouraged, use the ATM so as to reduce the lines at the bank, whatnot. Now, every time you go to use the ATM, there's a fee. The other day I went to the ATM and I saw a notification that $9. So if I go to withdraw $200, I must pay $9 to do that. So, Madam President, and we know all the different fees. The businesses have the same experience. And well, years ago, you would get interest on savings account. not checking account. Now you get no interest in some instances. None of your accounts attract interest. So you're not getting interest on your money, and you're being charged exorbitant fees every time, in fact, whether or not you access your account. So at the policy level, it was felt that that should not be a may. That should be a shall. Because when we say the central bank may, it leaves it up to the central bank to decide whether or not they're going to regulate these fees. But in Grenada, we want a mandate that the central bank must regulate the fees, must set the fees, must be able to say to the bank, this is too high, this is what it shall be. So in Grenada, there will be that slight difference in language where the central bank shall set the maximum and minimum. And because it was felt so strongly at the policy level, the central bank could be assured that it will be nudged if they are not carrying out their obligation under the new Section 92 to set the fees so that customers, financial consumers, as the law refers to the regular customers, are treated fairly at all levels. So, Madam President, those are the areas I would like to highlight. I think my colleague did a wonderful job, very thorough job, going through the bill. And with that, Madam President, with these additional comments, I would commend the bill to this honorable House for passage. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator Claudette Joseph. And I offer the floor to Senator Salim Rahman.
Thank you once again, Madam President. Let me say on the onset that this bill is very comprehensive. And in terms of the consumer and small business, it offers a lot of protection that was not there before in the Act. And I wish to draw quickly your attention to a few that stood out to me. In Clause 8, you have the protection of public interest, meaning that you cannot pay dividends if you didn't draw a profit. Very simple. You didn't say you have a profit, you don't have the extra money, how you could be paying dividends. It makes good sense. Then Clause 9, we have lending to government. That's a very good thing because governments in the past have struggled to pay some of their debts. And the governments now can access from within the region lending at without limits. The only thing that I would have liked to see here, and I didn't see, is a maximum rate of borrowing. And the government, that should be allowable for the government. So, for example, in the state of New Jersey, there's a usurious rate, a rate of usury, where you're not allowed to lend above a certain rate of interest. Similarly, we want that when government is borrowing public funds, we want that there are certain controls. And I would have liked to see that there. But I expect that government knows that they don't borrow at regular commercial rates, that they have to borrow at much lower rates, development rates and so on. So I expect that. But you know, some governments may be desperate to pay bills, and they may go and borrow at a commercial rate that's not in the interest of people. So that was flagged by me here. I would like to see that in the bill. Clause 10 is a safeguard to businesses, right, which is a prohibition of the bank engaging in investment or trade. Of course, if you're a bank, you have the liquidity. If you get into trade, you could close down everybody else. So that prohibition is very important to protect the economy and to protect businesses that are involved in investments or trade. Then we move on quickly to shell banks. That is also something that is very good, because we want to make sure that we know who we're doing business with as businesses. We want to make sure as individuals and businesses that we're doing business with banks that are well backed and properly regulated. Clause 15C, as page 16 and 17. The fact that we have a maximum for the charging of fees that are to be applied by a financial institution. The Attorney General just spoke to that. That is something that is also welcome, because when a business takes a loan, or an individual for that matter, we often look at the rate of interest, but seldom do we look at the fees associated, and that's the cost of doing business. Because in addition to the loan, you have to see what it costs you to run the business. And in the past, 10 or so years ago, that was not much of an issue. But within the last 10 years, that was a discussion at the chamber level, at board meetings, over and over for several years. I can attest to that. So this is something that's been on the table that businesses have been concerned about, that the fees would just change, and there was no schedule to compare one bank as opposed to another bank with regard to the fees. So now that you have to publish this, it gives the business and the consumer more discernment. It gives them the opportunities to compare. And that's what we want to do. That's when you walk into a store to buy, you could go into a store and check the price of this stove, and go into the next store and check the price of that stove, and you could compare the models and see which one you want. You should be able to do the same with banking. So that's a good thing. Then we move on to Division 4, which says that a contract must express the terms in plain and intelligible language, basically basic language. It means that when the banks are doing contracts for customers to sign, they must be able to understand what they're signing for. It must be plain language. And that is also something that stood out, and I like. That means businesses, small businesses, they can understand what they're getting into easily. They can compare, and that's what we want. Now, I have two concerns. So, as I said, this bill is quite good. It's well thought out, a lot of information. But there are two more concerns, in addition to the one government that I mentioned. With regard to commercial banks on the topic of liquidity, we know that banks have to provide a certain amount of liquidity by law, and the central bank would monitor that. We also know that it's been reported year on year that banks in the region are quite liquid. But what we don't know, I don't know, is if banks have to maintain a certain percentage of liquidity on foreign currency. And that's very, very important for business, because we know that in Trinidad, that they have a challenge for acquiring US dollars. We know that their businesses struggle to get US dollars. We know, we're also hearing that about Guyana now. And so we have to make sure that our banks within Grenada have enough liquidity, yes, but in foreign currency that we need to buy for trade. Because as Grenada grows, so that's a stipulation that I didn't see, and I don't know if that stipulation really exists. We know about liquidity, but liquidity in foreign currency required for trade. I would like that to be looked into. And then the last comment with regard to basic bank accounts. I think it's a good thing. Pretty much everybody needs to have a bank account to be able to transact business. It says here it does not attract charges. That's good. It's free to open, but it also accrues interest. And that is something I disagree with, because if you're going to open or tell the banks that they have to open an account for the vulnerable, let us say, a retired person or so, that's fine and that's good. You open the account, no charges and fees. It's free to open as well. But how can you expect the bank to give interest on top of that when they are not earning anything from that particular account? It's a basic account. So they're basically providing that service for free. So I found that to be a little bit, it shouldn't be so. They shouldn't receive any interest because they're not, because it's free and there are no charges, there must be no benefit also. You just have that account. The benefit is that you have an account and you could use the system of the bank. So that's my comments with regard to this bill. But in principle, it is quite a good bill and I support it. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rahman, and I thank you for bringing the morning to a close. We have 7 potential speakers remaining if everyone opts to speak. Lunch has arrived. We will take lunch and resume if that suits the Senate. Resumed. Senator Thomas.
Madam President, I rise not to contradict your request, but I want to suggest that we have the fact that we have 3 more bills to complete today's proceedings. I don't know how many people are speaking on this bill so far, but I want to suggest that we wrap up this bill and then we'll come back to the next one.
Wrap it up before lunch. How many speakers are left? 1. 2. 3. It's 12:15. I want to ask you if I can trust the 3 of you to speak and complete in 40 minutes. Have lunch at close to 1 o'clock. Is that possible? I hear a yes there. You will go first then. You will go first. You will go right now and we will end in 40 minutes, all 3. Thank you. Senators resume for 40 minutes. Senator St. Clair, you have the floor, sir.
Well, I hope I leave time for the others. I'll just stay there, yeah. So I have a set of things going on. Okay, thank you, Madam President. Okay, so I will work on many fronts in my presentation. I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this very important bill, Banking Amendment Bill 2026. And of course, we know this is has been a very topical issue in terms of consumer protection, market transparency, charges, and that has been making its way not only in Grenada, but throughout the whole Caribbean. In fact, while we were discussing, I've been doing some reading, and the IMF has been speaking about these issues of the rates within the region. They are showing different examples of what has been happening, and I also was able to observe in 2022, the current governor of the ECCB in a press release on their website speaking of we need to do something about these charges. And of course, I'm happy to be here today to address this matter for all of us. A few things I want to say as I proceed, and I will go through in a sequence. I want to, I have my notes, so let me get straight to it. Okay, on the issue of the prudential supervision, that's page 16. And there's someone else to supervise and manage this. And of course, I understand the views of Senator Cox and his team in terms of the overarching powers of the ECCB. Of course, ECCB is a creature of the governments. And so, irrespective, you say ministers of finance, etc., that are in charge of governance. So I'm not overly worried in that space in terms of the power. Of course, as our Attorney General mentioned, internally in our country we have mechanisms to address that. So I'm not worried about that. But it's good that you have a prudential supervisor, and of course it's not the government, but it's another party. The issue of the central bank setting maximum fees and charges, and the issue of shall, of course we didn't know the back end discussions, but of course it has to be a shall. And my concern around this in the whole schematics of the bill itself, I think that we may say it may come in regulation, but I think it is very detailed on all that the bank has to do when they have to report, etc., which I will get to later on. But I think at this stage, there should be some mentioning, some specification as to what guides this fee structure. Is it something they pull in from the sky? There should be some framework saying that these fees shall be in connection with, because from my reading, based on some research that was done by one of the, just give me a sec, please, by some folks who did some studies in Latin America. They were looking at the GDP, the consumer price index, a set of factors in coming up with these charges and rates. It's almost like a cost of living index, and you use that now in terms of how you come up with those. So I think that maybe there is a mechanism, but because the question arises, how are banks coming up with their charges these days? Is it something just cost of doing business, or is it based on all of these factors which are concerning to consumers? And if we are going to put it into the hands of the ECCB, the question is, well, ECCB, who really is watching you? Senator Cox's point comes back valid. So what are the parameters that you are going to use that we as consumers can trust, and the bankers also can trust in that? And I'll come to this shortly again. So I think there should be something is missing there. And also, these rates, is it every month, every 6 months, every year, every 5 years? So there should be some clause saying that it will be reviewed, if it's yearly, periodically, or there should be some. Otherwise, the same ECCB, the same hand that we think would protect us, may in the long run not really protect us. And then the charges they may come up with and the rates, we may still say, the bank is not in our favor as consumers. How did they come up with this figure? So I think that once we create this animal, we need to, this is really missing, and that is a controlling factor that we need to really address. Okay? The issue of the market conduct and supervision, this is excellent. We need to know what is going on in the marketplace. We must know that. And in any good economy, you need to know that. And so, while we have the Bankers Association and all of those things that might be doing their research and colluding because that was an issue that is raised, the whole issue of oligopoly. We have few banks, big banks. Among themselves, they can mix and match and dominate the rates and charges. And so with the ECCB oversight, this would be minimized. But at the same time, the market research is very important. I know before, I'm not sure if they published that still, before I know in the US there used to be something called the Consumers Digest, I think it was. And you get all the research on products, giving a different assessment so persons can make decisions. And I trust that this is what we would expect to see. I love the issue about mystery shopping and all of those things because this is excellent, excellent, very good. So I commend that whole section. And of course, it basically is market research, market analysis strategies, but those reports must be published. And it will be good for those reports to find a way in those different parliaments as reports, because we are the custodian. So these reports should find themselves as reports that are submitted in the parliament that we ourselves could debate and even question whether or not they are doing the correct thing, because they are accountable at the end of the day to the various governments. As I move further, and it's very important, and was raised on page 18, the issue of financial consumer protection. And this is what we want at the end of the day. But at the same time, I'm hearing the voices say, well, would the banks be at a disadvantage? Would they be in a worse position at the end of the day because you're giving up so much to the consumer? I would take it that we, and it's unfortunate, that we here don't have a lot of the background analysis, details, reports that would have support finally this action. Because why is in 2022 the governor would have spoken about we need to address that? It's not just based on a phone call and shaggy program or something on to the point and right along. It had to be based on some solid analysis that it found that, look, we must do this. And the question arises, if you are going to make a change and you're going to do something different, would the result be better or would it be worse? So, I don't know. You don't know. None of us knows. We may realize at the end of the day, the rates, would it be different? We don't know. So, we trust that if those things have been properly reported in some report, we can see where the trends are. And so, the issue that was raised by Senator Cox regarding the whole issue of the emergence of fintech banks, basically online platforms, we are not there yet in the region. And of course, they would pose a whole new competition for these existing bankers. And of course, why are we not in that space? The whole world is changing. We are changing, but somehow this fintech part, and it's our same ECCB, and we had some discussion on that in some previous bills, need to be able to facilitate the emergence of those fintech solutions. And that would address a lot of issues because, as was said, and we all know, as we move to the e-form and online form, the cost and charges of doing business becomes less. So how does that interface with that? And would that create a discord with ECCB watching over the fintech and also regulating these charges for these banks? These are some issues I think that can cause challenges downstream. And as I go there, I would raise it one time, and I would go straight to the commission, because what is interesting for me in reading this, I read the whole document almost to the end, and the issue about the commission comes up. Because who is really watching this? And the commission, Madam President, they speak about three persons, three man or three woman, three man and woman combined would be appointed. And I have some concerns about this. One, the ECCB appoints one. The Bankers Association appoint the other. And the third one, Remember, there are three partners in this business. Government, which basically is ECCB. Technically, these are criteria. The bankers. And the third one, I tried to figure out where the consumers lie, and there was no way. The third one is appointed jointly by the bankers and the ECCB. When you have Excel file, you have a thing called circular error. It goes around. And I think this was, to me, the biggest disappointment in this, the construct. Where are the consumers at the table? For too long, Madam President, and all of us in the listening public, the key people are always left out at the table, and such a transformational move at this early stage. The main stakeholders, the over maybe 2 million plus or minus within the OECS, technically without being affected with this, are not involved. One may argue, and not to say rightfully so, that, oh, well, we don't have no consumer organizations. Of course, we may not have, structurally. But when you're ready to engage this society, we know to find civil society, we know to find the NGOs, IGDO, and all of them in tripartite and multipartite negotiation, which basically represents all of these persons, whether it's the private sector, trade union congress, conference of churches, civil society. So I want to recommend that this be relooked, and our goodly governor, son of the soil, we know he's wiser than that, to relook this, notwithstanding the outcome of today, and engage within the OECS. There is platforms, conference of church, all of these grouping, trade union congress, because they represent the people, the masses, the families, as all these are sources from where you can able to nominate someone to represent our interests as the consumers. This, to me, has been the greatest disenfranchising component. We kill it. Because if we come 2, 3 to 0, we are not involved. And the same banks, which we're trying to protect our consumers from, is still part of the system of deciding in 1 and in 2. So I have to ask myself my question. The question is, are they for real? It doesn't add up. There is no way we've seen equity. 1, 1, and still 1. As I continue, Madam President and members, page 21 speaks about the powers of the central bank. Oh, we spoke about that earlier on, regarding doing mystery shopping, making test purchases, etc. So this I would have addressed earlier. Right. Enforcement actions by the bank. Right. So this here shows some justice in terms, I think the leader of government business would have speak to that. Refunding consumers when there is injustices and so on. And it's specified. No, you have to have a whole big argument with the bank and the clock and this one, and you run wrong, and you have to go and get a lawyer, which is a whole story for itself. And even the lawyer may say, well, which section am I trying to find some misdemeanor of the bank? No, it's clear. And I think what was also good about this bill, very significant. It's not just about the literacy, about consumers, but the bank has an obligation, because of the service for which it's provided, and the risk to the whole economy, if we don't manage our whole money and money movement properly, that the workers have to be trained properly about these products, these services, and all of these things. And there must be records and reports that must be submitted every quarter to the bank. So it shows that if you are involved in a business, it's skills training, you have to make sure that you're capable and you know what you're doing. And if you're capable and know what you're doing, and I sure know what you're doing and have records, then you know if you're doing the wrong things, it amounts to Senator Dwight, is more than just they make a mistake. It seems to be a willful act. And I think this is a serious form of accountability that is in this bill. And workers at those institutions have to ensure that they are provided the proper training in that process. I'm sorry that my good friend Senator Lewis is not here, because the whole issue of making sure that our workers are properly trained and capable, I know you support this very well. Having himself, his union representing many of the banking sector. The issue of course, using third parties to do it, of course, that's normal. You use other specialized institutions that could perform those duties, and that is fine. If I move on to page, I'm moving on. Interest rates, fees, and charges on 28. Right. This is very good, such that they can. Those things have to be publicized, not just come and get a loan. It's 2% today. But the fees, you can't see it. You have to get the extra glasses to see it, or you only know it when you sit at the table with someone, if not trained, may give you some story. It must be publicized, just like you get a menu when you go in a restaurant. You can see it. I put it in a QR code if you want to print, so people could have access to it. You know, so I think though, and I can't recall if I actually read that, but we have to also look at how do we publish, again, ratings of compliance of these banks in terms of the customer service. Because it's basically customer service, there should be ratings. I recall many years ago going to Singapore, and you would see A or B or C in the restaurants. I said, what is that? It's ratings based on the level of compliance with food safety and sanitation and so on and so on. So, and that's not based on customer vote, it's based on actual assessment by the health authorities. And I think that such ratings is very important. I know Gaffin, I think, did do something like that with credit unions and insurances. So this is not far-fetched, a request for our own good in terms of this. We also speak about accessibility and inclusion. And while we speak about, the poor and vulnerable having an account and so on, I was particularly happy to see the issue about physically disabled, the elderly, being catered for. Because we know sometimes they cannot physically reach the place. They have the grandchildren and the parents, somebody, they have to hold a stick and they're fighting to get to the place. And so, in the midst of all of this monetary issue, the social aspect is being considered strongly, such that the bank may say, well, you try to create costs for me. But no, then I ask myself, well, where is physical planning? Physical planning is supposed to do the work and ensure that buildings and construction, etc., that offer certain services are fit for purpose. And of course, given time to address it. Because these are essential services, the bank. It's not a sideways service. And of course, we need to ensure that these matters are well dealt with. And so, for example, when they advertise, they can show all of these things, and when you're giving the ratings, you also can provide that information. The issue of basic bank account, of course, the world has been to the state now where money has to be, you have to have an account to do business, whether to have a bank card or to receive funds. This is the worldwide trend. And so persons have choices, but not because you have a choice, you should not be provided certain rights. And I think this is what they said. Some say, oh, I don't want a bank account. I still put my money in a bucket somewhere and hide it because with all these financial issues going on in the world, people say this. But at least, if you want to have an account and you want to have $5 on it, because somebody in Timbuktu wants to send $10 for you and that is how they could send it, then you should be afforded that opportunity. Because you're a human being living in the country. You shouldn't be it's your rights. Something that I think has been not said, and I don't know if, because we have to look at all sides of the coin, Madam President. The bill speaks not only about how we protect consumers, etc., but it speaks about the whole issue about data. I think Senator Cox mentioned people data, personal data, how it's been used, where it's going to be used, and those are very critical. We did some data protection bill recently, all of these things, because among themselves, how do they use it to manipulate the marketing system? At the same time, the issue of certain key information for purposes, we know that for regulatory purposes. But the issue about credit score of a financial consumer, you know that has been an emerging topic by the same ECCB, yeah? And so that's why I understand Senator Cox's concern sometimes is how much is ECCB setting up what I call an enabling environment for when the time comes. So, credit score of consumers to check and see. It's happening now in certain ways. It's called character reference, money reference, who you do business with, you owe this one, the other one. This year is also very important for the bank. And we mustn't lose sight of that in the whole process, and also for doing business. Because you could open accounts, but how are you facilitating things? What are you doing? Money moving in certain ways. And of course, you may go to the bank to do different businesses and the bank has to be protected. So I think that this is not outrageous, but wasn't mentioned earlier. And so I needed to highlight it so that persons following wouldn't think, well, it's only one way, but it's also the other way. They have an obligation, we have an obligation in that space. I'm moving on quickly. The prohibited acts and conduct, I think I'm okay there. Right. On page 35, the issue about abusive collection and debt recovery practices. You know, I watched one and I said, well, somebody may have to kick down somebody door to get them because they keep calling them, you don't come in and pay your bill, we have issues. Not too sure. I mean, at the same time, the word abusive, I'm not too sure if it's a harsh way. But what I interpret from the reading is like there must be some level of calmness and niceness to deal with the debt recovery. I don't know if debt recovery is something that you always have to be nice and smooth with. But basically what they are saying that you have to have respect and do this thing with dignity. And of course, it's part of how you treat people. And I would endorse the action, but I'm not too sure about what the abusive as the heading. But I accept item 4, 96 BB4, which speaks about where a debt collection agency is appointed under subsection 3. Also, this is key. Where a debt collection agency is appointed under subsection 3, the licensed financial institution shall inform a financial consumer in advance about the type of debt to be collected by the debt collection agency and the conditions of recovery and the period within which the debt is to be collected by a debt collection agent. So I go for a loan, I get a loan happy, spending money, having fun, doing what I got to do. But I wasn't informed, well, if you really had to collect this money from me because I didn't pay it 10 years down the road, what's the protocol? Nobody says that to you, no. And what I'm learning from this year, item 4, is that these things need to be defined only. So you know what you're doing. And this is a high level of transparency because someone will decide, look, it's like going and buy a vehicle and you don't know what the after-sales service would look like. You decide, I will make a different decision because the terms and conditions are different. And I think this is also a very important clause so that you know what you're signing to. Not just you know the rates, you know the charges, but you know what I call the after-sales services that come with it on both ends. That is good. Very interestingly on page 36, this is significant. It's significant, item 9633, which speaks about bundling and time. You know, most time you in the market arena, you bundle things, you couple certain products that you're selling. For example, I sell a toothpaste and a toothbrush together as a special. And that's a way to get consumers to buy more of your product. And so in the fintech, for example, they're very specific most times. One product, keep it minimal, targeted, but you may get individual products. In the banking sector, what they are trying to prevent here is where you try to tie people into we could get a savings account, but we could also give you a loan at this rate. And if you take this, you'll get this. But really and truly, this is all you need. And what happens? You end up losing out based on the rates and charges because it's part of a marketing ploy. And so I think that this is a very good idea. And 39, Madam President, almost to the end. Interestingly, it speaks about sales personnel remuneration policy. Again, I'm sorry my good friend said that Luis is not here today, because workers' remuneration, is always paramount for anybody, and I know for the union in particular. And so this bill says, in clear terms, item number 2, 96KK 2, a licensed financial institution shall not provide incentives to employees, management, agents, or third parties that encourage unethical consumer treatment or over-indebtedness. So, I could really only afford to pay $200 to the bank every month, but you work on some kind of mechanism that the rates are the time different that I could really get in and I could be able to get a loan. And in that way, I think there's a kind of finder's fee you get when you work in those institutions. I think there's a little negotiated fee, and that may be sharing in that space. So if I really wasn't qualified based on regular laws, but you make some adjustments based on opportunity, it's unethical, putting me in more indebtedness. And they say the bank must not remunerate that. And this is interesting, and I always say it's interesting. I agree with it, but I know from the worker standpoint, it will be a concern, especially based on maybe the current practice that exists. And the other point, and this is item 3B, which speaks about a licensed financial institution shall not only consider the sales performance target achievement of financial services or financial products by sale of person. It's all of these institutions, we know that. So they give a reference, they call him, Andrew, come, your friend tell us, we have special, and to rack up the business. More loans, more interest, more business, more rewards. And the question is, how limiting are these to the free market. I think this is part of my concern. Not that you don't want person to be rewarded, but how that may impact the whole issue of a free economy in that and competitiveness. That is something that is a line that has to be considered by the various persons. I think I just about, yeah, there were things about warrants and arrests if they're doing wrong things, but I'm not getting into that. I think those are standard points, and I already addressed the issue of the commission, which I really think we need to look at that very seriously. So, Madam President and members, in closing, in my contribution to this, notwithstanding is a Liberation Day ahead of us for our consumers, not only in Grenada, I trust in the OECS. And of course, St. Thomas made a very important point about the strength of what we have. I had some discussion once with a representative from the EU, and he said to me, you know, you are so strong in the OECS, and you guys don't even understand. That was maybe about 10 years ago. And that time, the UK didn't even leave the EU yet. And he said, because you have that strong currency, you have one currency among yourselves. You say in Europe, we have many countries. They're all part of the EU, but they still maintain their own currency for their own reasons. And so this was a very important point that was made to me about 10 years ago. So with that saying, we have to look at the three things. How we get these rates in a proper way that is regulated, and the ECCB not doing what they want with that. And the commission, this thing needs to be looked seriously. Notwithstanding that, the intention is good. We welcome it. But if we have the wrong tires, we won't be able to go in some of the roads we want to go in. So these two things, we need to have them fixed. Thank you so much. I trust I left enough time for my members.
Well, perhaps you left enough time for one and not two persons. I'm in your hands, Senate. The next speaker. No one wants to start now? Dr. Mayanna Charles, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. I know my colleague, Senator St. Clair, was passionate in his contribution, so let me just say from the outset, I will be very mindful of the time. Now, like my colleagues before me, I too support modernizing Grenada's banking framework. And I do acknowledge, that Grenada does not legislate in isolation when it comes to these matters. And as a member of the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, we must keep pace with the regulatory direction being adopted across other member states. I just rise to make an observation specific to Clause 9, and that is the new subsection 4A. And it pretty much highlights here that a licensed financial institution may lend without limits to a participating government or other related bodies that are guaranteed by the participating government. Now, normally, the law sort of limits a bank from lending too much to one borrower, because if you look at it this way, if that borrower runs into trouble, the bank and ordinary depositors' funds, our savings, and so forth can be put at risk. So therefore, my concern is that Clause 9 sort of creates a carve-out to this if the borrower is a participating government or other related bodies to some extent. In saying that also, it is my understanding that lending thresholds or limits are based on or related to tier capital. I know banks has a tier capital system, of that financial institution. And this lending should not, in my view, be unlimited, irrespective of the borrower. So this is just something and one observation that I think we need to watch closely and be cautious about. But rather, this should be sort of limited to some extent to the capitalization of the bank and the strength or financial prudence of that borrowing institution, be it the government or other related bodies. And that should definitely be taken into consideration. And also to take into consideration to that point is the strength and quality of the guarantee. This is something that we should approach cautiously, as I mentioned before. Even if a loan is to government and guaranteed, unlimited lending is risky. And if too much of the bank's money is tied up in one place, the whole banking system and ordinary person's savings, in essence, and even access to loans for private investment can be at risk. So, Madam President, this is something that I just wanted to raise as it relates to new subsection 14A as part of Clause 9, and this is something that, we should be cautious about going forward. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator Charles. Any other contributors? I see the light of the presenter of the bill. Senator Adrian Thomas, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I want to say a heartfelt thank you to all the members of this honorable House who have contributed some way or the other in the debate on this very important bill. And I look forward to the other proceedings as I commend this honorable bill to this House for approval.
I thank you, Senator, and I thank all contributors to the discussion on the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Banking Amendment Bill 2026.
Senator Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question is that this honorable House resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. The Senate is now in committee.
Clause 2, interpretation.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 2 on interpretation forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 3, amendment, forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 4, amendment of Section 10 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is Clause 4, the amendment to Section 10A should form part of the Act. All those who are of that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 5, amendment of Section 14 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 5, the amendment to Section 14 of the Act forms part of the bill. Of those of the opinion that it should say aye. The opposing view say nay. Passed.
Clause 6, insertion of new Section 19A in the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 6 concerning an insertion 19A into the new bill forms part of the bill and is passed. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 7, amendment of Section 44 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 7, which is the amendment of Section 44, subsection 3 of the Principal Act, forms part of the bill. Of the opinion, all those of that opinion say aye. Contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 8, amendment of Section 45 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the proposal is that Section 8, which is the amendment of Section, I take that again, that Clause 8, which is the amendment of Section 45 of the Principal Act, should form part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 9, amendment of Section 50 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the proposal is that Clause 9, the amendment to Section 50 of the Principal Act, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 10, amendment of Section 53 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the proposal is that Clause 10, which is the amendment of Section 53 of the original bill, original act, forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary say nay. Passes.
Clause 11, insertion of new Section 53A in the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the proposal is that Clause 11, which is the insertion of new Section 53A, forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye. And of the contrary say nay. Passes.
Clause 12, amendment of Section 59 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the proposal is that Clause 12, which is an amendment to Section 59 of the Principal Act, should form part of this bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 13, amendment of Section 69 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the proposal is that Clause 13, the amendment to Section 69 should form part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 14, insertion of new Part 6A in the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the proposal is that Clause 13, amendment to Section 69 of the Principal Act, forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 15, amendment of Part 7 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the proposal is that Clause 15, amendment of Part 7 of the Principal Act, forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Passes.
Clause 16, insertion of new Part 7A in the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 16, the insertion of 7A into the Act, into the new Act, forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Passes.
Clause 17, amendment of Section 183 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 17, the amendment to 183 of the Principal Act, should form part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 18, amendment of Section 184 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 18, the amendment of Section 184 of the Principal Act, should form part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 19, insertion of new Section 184A of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 19, concerning a new Section 184A, should form part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Contrary opinion say nay. Clause 19 passes.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 1, the short title to the bill, forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the Chair of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and that the Chair of the committee reports progress on the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes. Senate is resumed. Honorable members, I have the honor to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole Senate and passed without amendment. Honorable Senator.
Madam Chair. Madam President, I beg to move that the Chair's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the Chair's report be adopted. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Passes. Honorable Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many as are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. I think the ayes have it. The bill is passed.
A bill for an act shortly entitled the Banking Amendment Bill 2026.
Should we now break for lunch? I think we should. I think the ayes have it. We break for lunch. Senate is resumed. Bills, I believe. Thank you. Senator Adrian Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I rise and I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2026.
A bill for an act shortly entitled CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2026.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all the stages at this sitting.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended in order to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Those of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honorable members, the question proposes that the bill be read a second time.
Madam President, this bill, CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2026, seeks to establish a procedure for issuing CARICOM arrest warrants, to provide for the necessary administrative and other procedures for the effective arrest and surrender of persons under a CARICOM arrest warrant, and to give effect to the CARICOM arrest warrant treaty, and for other related matters. Madam President, this bill contains 41 clauses and 2 schedules. Clause 1 provides for the short title of the bill. Clause 2 provides for the definition of terms throughout the bill. And Clause 3 provides for the purpose of the bill. Madam President, the 4th clause empowers the Minister of Foreign Affairs to officially recognize participating members as having passed its own national laws to officially implement the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty. In Clause 5, it provides for the Act covers offenses committed before or after its commencement. The 6th clause, Madam President, defines the term applicable offense. And clause number 7 identifies the High Court as the issuing judicial authority under the Act. Madam President, in clause number 8, it sets out the grounds for issuing a CARICOM arrest warrant by an issuing judicial authority to arrest the surrender of a person who A, is reasonably suspected of having committed an applicable offense, B, is charged with an applicable offense, C, has fled from justice after being convicted of an applicable offense, and D, a custodial sentence of 1 year or greater punishment has been imposed on him or her for an applicable offense. Madam President, Clause 9 goes on to identify the Attorney General as the central authority under the Act and sets out the responsibilities of the authority as being responsible. In Clause 10, Madam President, it indicates that expenses under the bill will be met by monies voted for by the Parliament. And provisions are also made for expenses of transporting the requested person from the executing participating member to the issuing participating member. Under Clause 11, it is recognized that the High Court is the executing judicial authority for the purpose of the CARICOM arrest warrant treaty, which has the power to authorize or determine any matter relating to the surrender of a requested person pursuant to CARICOM arrest warrant. Madam President, Clause 12 empowers the judicial authority in a CARICOM member state to issue a CARICOM arrest warrant, to have a person arrested and handed over if the person is wanted for a criminal prosecution. Madam President, the person has already, or if the person has already been sentenced to prison or detention but fled before starting or finishing their time. Clause 13, Madam President, refers to the second schedule, which sets out the form of a CARICOM arrest warrant, and Clause 14 provides for the transition of a CARICOM arrest warrant. Madam President, Clause 15 provides for authentication of documents, and Clause 16, Madam President, addresses the arrest and detention of the requested person. Madam President, it goes on to say that the CARICOM arrest warrant may be executed by law enforcement who must inform the arrest person of certain rights, including A, to consent to be surrendered to the issuing participating member, B, to be represented by an attorney at law, or C, to have the services of an interpreter if necessary. Madam President, Clause 17 basically empowers magistrates to exercise judicial authority under the Act throughout the jurisdiction of the executing participation member, overriding any provision to the contrary in the courts, in the Magistrate Act. In clause number 18, Madam President, it provides for the voluntary process of surrender in circumstances where a requested person who is arrested under a CARICOM warrant agrees to be sent to the issuing participating member. Clause 18 goes on to say, Madam President, once the requested person consents, the magistrate will make an order for the surrender of the requested person. If the magistrate is satisfied of inter alia, 1, that the surrender of the requested person is not prohibited by the Act, 2, he or she voluntarily consents, and 3, that legal advice was received. In Clause 19, Madam President, it addresses situation where the CARICOM arrest warrant relates to more than one offenses. And Clause 20 in detail gives the surrender procedures that must be followed. In Clause 21, it provides for the surrender decision. And within that clause, Madam President, there's Subclause number 1 mandates that all CARICOM arrest warrants be treated as a matter of urgency. If the requested person agrees to surrender, a final decision must be made within 48 hours. If the person does not consent, a final decision must be made within 60 days. And so, Madam President, the evidence is provided by the issuing participating member is insufficient for the executing judicial authority to make a decision. The executing authority may request the issuing judicial authority to urgently provide more information. And it goes on to, in details, that the requested person must be released immediately if the court refuses to authorize the surrender, with reasons being given for its refusal to authorize the surrender of the requested person. Madam President, Clause 22 provides that the requested person can only be prosecuted for the specific offense for which the person was arrested, unless, 1, the requested person consents to the prosecution of sentence. 2, the requested person is being prosecuted or sentenced for a lesser offense disclosed by the facts of the requested for surrender. And 3, the executing consents to him or her being dealt with for another applicable offense or the requested person. Madam President, clause number 23 provides and deals with the deduction of period for detention. Clause 24 provides the grounds for mandatory non-execution of CARICOM arrest warrant. And this includes, Madam President, 3 areas. 1, the competent authority of the issuing participating member decides to terminate or not institute proceedings against the requested person to which the CARICOM arrest warrant relates. 2, the offense is one of a political nature. Or 3, the offense is covered by amnesty in the executing participating member. Madam President, Clause 25 sets out the grounds for optional non-execution of a CARICOM arrest warrant, including circumstances where, 1, where the requested person was already being prosecuted or is being prosecuted for the same offense. 2, where the offense is statute barred. And 3, the requested person is charged with or convicted for the offense for which death is imposed. And this is not the punishment for that offense under the laws of the executing participating member, unless assurance is given by the issuing participating member that the death penalty would not be imposed. Madam President, Clause 26 addresses the whole issue of proportionality. And Clause 27, Madam President, addresses the circumstances where there are multiple CARICOM arrest warrants in respect of a person. Clause 28, Madam President, provides for circumstances where the central authority receives, in respect of a person, a CARICOM arrest warrant and a third state extradition request. The decision on which request takes precedent will be taken by the competent authority. And Madam President, matters taken into consideration in determining the matters includes 1, the seriousness of the offense specified in the CARICOM arrest warrant and to which the extradition request relates. Number 2, Madam President, the places where the offenses were committed or is alleged to have been committed, and 3, the provisions of the Act and the Extradition Act. In clause number 29, it relates and deals with the whole question of transit of a person through a participating member from an executing participating member to an issuing participating member. And clause 30 relates to the surrender of a person by the issuing participating member to another participating member. Clause 31 addresses the surrender of a person by an issuing participating member to a third state, while clause 32, Madam President, addresses carrying out searches by law enforcement for the purpose of a CARICOM arrest warrant. Madam President, clause 33 provides for the handing over of any property. And clause 34 provides for the remand of a person under the Act in prison. Section 35 addresses CARICOM arrest warrant and requests for extradition. Section 36 provides for entering bilateral arrangements between participating members. And clause 37, Madam President, provides that a person shall not be surrendered for prosecution in an issuing participating member for an offense which in whole or in part final judgment has been given for that offense in the executing participating member, a third state. Madam President, clause 38 empowers the minister to make regulations. Clause 39 provides for subsidiary legislation is subject. Clause 39 provides that subsidiary legislation is subject to negative resolution. In clause 40, Madam President, it empowers the minister to amend schedule by order. And the final clause, clause 41, address savings and transitional matters. Madam President, this is in a nutshell, with 41 clauses, covers this new piece of legislation that we are bringing into force throughout the Caribbean, throughout CARICOM, and it's very important, Madam President. And therefore, in completing this presentation, I now present this bill to this Honorable House for your discussion, for your debate, and finally for your approval. I thank you.
I thank the Leader of Government Business in the Senate, Honorable Senator Thomas, and observe that last year and this we are surely getting into conformity and uniformity in the Caribbean, CARICOM OECS region. So many pieces of legislation, one wonders what has happened prior to this. And it's let's say in an era of heightened diplomacy, this strengthens our regional hand, this movement forward. I thank you again, Senator, and the floor is open. Senator David Andrew, I see you wish to follow suit. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to give support to this CARICOM arrest warrant, Bill 2026. I think this comes at a very opportune time in an era when we are pushing several other elements of collaboration across the region. The free movement of persons across our economic space and other elements of collaboration. Even within the OECS already, we travel with minimal documentation. So there is the free movement, and the more we collaborate in these ways, it's essential to put these frameworks in place to be able to keep a finger on crime. Not every territory is as Grenada, where when there is one homicide, there is national alarm. In fact, in some territories, there are as many as the days in the year already, unfortunately. So when we have these exchanges, free movement, it's important to have legislation that binds us together, that allows to ensure that persons don't escape one territory and freely hide or get away in another without a legislative framework to be able to bring them to justice. And so in that context, I fully support the bill and recommend it highly, and as presented by the Leader of Government Business. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Senator Andrew. Senator Salim Rahman. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be very brief. This bill breaks down the barriers, and it is a harmonizing bill, as you've just rightly mentioned. And so it further unites us in the Caribbean. And from a private sector point of view, it helps when we have the same laws across regions, because many companies do businesses in various territories. So when we have harmonized laws, it makes it so much easier for policing, for doing what is right, for justice to be delivered and so on. So we want to see more of that. We are already seeing some of it, and we want to see more of that. So I commend government for bringing this to this honorable House. I support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much. Senator Cox, Leader of Government of Opposition Business in the Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, this legislation is, of course, it's a harmonized one, as indicated earlier. And I fully support the intention of this bill, given the context of what is the geopolitical space that we're in and some of the activities that is taking place, and some of the actual discussions and comments and statements that are being made currently as the regional leaders gather in St. Kitts. There is diverse opinions on each country's policy approach in the space, and so it's good to see that at least on the issue of crime, we do have some common objective in terms of where we want to go. However, there's a couple things that I wanted to just point out, just for discussion to raise some awareness and maybe something that we can look at. I think one of the first things has to do with Clause 5 on the issue of retrospective application of the Act. I think in reviewing it, in discussing with colleagues and other persons, basically the argument that is put forward by this bill is that the Act in itself applies to offenses committed before and after the commencement of this Act. I think that is my understanding of it. I think what is being questioned is, in terms of fairness, you're now, whatever offenses might have been taking place 10, 20 years ago, there is no prescribed time. It falls under the remit of this new Act. And the question is of fairness. It raises the issue of whether or not that the legality of it, how far back it will go, and the issue of fairness. And a person who May Committee Act, let's say about a year ago, might do so under different jurisdiction, or different regime at the time. And so now that we're using this legislation to apply the law faster, but lesser protective process. And I think oftentimes when we pass legislation, we never think at any point in time that we ourselves might come into contravene with such legislation. We always believe that, we try our best to stay within the remit of the law, but sometimes the law can come into your own domain. And so it's within that context of fairness that I am saying this. So that is one of the things that I wanted to point out. The other issue, or the other point, centers around the definition of applicable offense. And the bill defines applicable offense as one punishable by custodial sentence of at least 1 year. I think there are some discussions in consulting with a couple of persons that 1 year might be a bit too low, and maybe 1 to 3 years is one of the things that were basically put forward. And I could go further to just explain. For instance, item 22 covers behavior which has the effect of depriving the government of the ability to conduct their affairs free from false statements or deceit. All right? This is somewhat subjective, and so it's within that context. For example, there is a thought process that there might be a loophole there that could weaponize against journalists, activists, political opponents. So there is a small loophole there. So just reason that for what it's worth. Item 28 also includes tax evasion, fiscal fraud, explicitly stating it applies even if the executing state has no such equivalent tax structure. So what he's saying, basically, this could force us to surrender a Grenadian, for example, for an act that is not even a crime in Grenada. So I think that is something that we somewhat had pointed out, and maybe the Attorney General might help clear that up for me. Yeah. So the other area that I wanted to look at, that is clause 21, that has to do with the timelines, punitive timelines. I think it was 48 hours for final decision upon consent and 60 days for a contested case. I think in retrospect, in reality, the timelines, in our context, how the court operates, I don't know if that timelines are workable. I know what is seeking to achieve. All right. For example, if you have complex cases involving complex cases, and you have to get evidence and things like that, I'm not certain that timeline might be one that is feasible. Yeah. So as I said, I do understand that there is a priority in terms of speed in this case, trying to move quickly. Yeah. But that in itself may create some constraint in terms of the time. I think there was one more thing that I wanted to raise, and that had to do with the clause 25, the issue of the death penalty assurance. So what this is stating, Madam President, clause 25 makes it optional to refuse surrender if the death penalty may be imposed unless an assurance is given that it won't be. So what is basically saying, if for some country where the death penalty is there, while some country may not have it. Where some country may value the life of persons, and some countries have removed it on the books, while some countries, I think for Grenada, it's on our books, but we don't actually basically enforce it. There is an assurance that if somebody were to be extradited, that they would not face such. The question is, I'm not certain if this is mandatory. The grounds for refusal, I think that should be mandatory, and it should not be optional. So I think the bill kind of gives it as an option, but I am saying that is something that should be mandatory. There are a couple other small issues, Madam President, but for the most part, those are the main things that I wanted to highlight. But just to say, in terms of the whole intention and construct of the bill, it is one that I fully support, and I understand why we need to do this. But just looking at small things that can interfere with the whole issue of process, and we can have some problems. As I say, it's always important to kind of put yourself in the position of such legislation in the event that you yourself or somebody who you may know may find yourself in such a situation. Yeah. So with that, those comments, Madam President, I thank you for your time and the time of this Honorable House.
I thank you, Senator, for the way you approach justice and fairness, tinged with a good dose of compassion and realism. I'm not sure if it's because from time to time so many of our citizens from Carriacou also drift into other places, other jurisdictions. It's ought to sensitize all of us for good legislation. Thank you, Senator Cox, and I offer the floor to Senator Sybil Francis. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I stand to lend my support to this bill brought before this Honorable House today, and I must agree with my colleagues in this House to say that fundamentally this is a harmonizing bill, and the more harmony that we can have in this country, in our region, and in the world by extension will be best for all of us. Madam President, we are fully aware of what is happening within the geopolitical space, and so anything that could add to the unity that we so desperately need, I am all for it. Madam President, we boast that our region is a zone of peace, Madam President, but I think this is another step to show that we are a zone of peace amongst each other and not just from the outside inside. Madam President, I love the fact that this bill seeks to close the procedural gaps that exist between CARICOM member states in the arrest and surrender of individuals accused or convicted of serious crimes. Too often, Madam President, we know that our countries, our islands are so closely located to each other, and sometimes when a crime is committed, before you turn twice and you figured out who the real criminal is, they're gone. And so we have those red tapes and those bureaucracies and all the jurisdictional challenges that sometimes allow the criminals to walk free. And so I think this is a timely and fitting bill, especially because of the climate that we're dealing with politically in the wider region. Madam President, the main objective of this bill, it might be simple, but I believe that it is significant and very impactful to establish a unified legal framework which would allow our courts to cooperate efficiently across borders in the execution of justice. And I strongly believe that justice does not or should not have any borders, because when something affects us here, it affects us in the wider Caribbean and in the wider spaces. And you know, sometimes there's a saying that when one country sneezes, the other one catches the flu. And so we're not immune to criminal activities. And so we must ensure that by any means necessary, those persons are brought to justice. Madam President, as we continue to forge a more integrated pan-Caribbean network, we talk about doing that economically and socially and institutionally in some respect. And I think that we must also think of doing this in a manner that our security architecture would allow us to evolve alongside that integration that we seek through CSME and other measures. Madam President, as I mentioned before, I want to emphasize that criminal activities does not recognize maritime boundaries, and in some instances they thrive on that because they know that they can jump on a speedboat or they can, you know, just flee the country. And so our response cannot and should not be fragmented. Instead, it should be tightened, Madam President. Madam President, the bill strengthens regional security by ensuring that no individual can exploit jurisdictional loopholes within the CARICOM space. And my dear colleague on the other side, Senator Cox, spoke about some of those loopholes. And so I take that recommendation wholeheartedly, Madam President, and I am in agreement of that. But I do believe that this bill is also one of the ways of closing those loopholes that exist currently. Madam President, I am pleased also that this bill replaces the lengthy diplomatic processes with a structured court-supervised time-bound mechanism grounded in due process and judicial oversight. Madam President, Grenada has a very strong track record in crime detection, regional cooperation and law enforcement collaboration, and our security or defense team, the Royal Grenada Police Force, should be commended for that. And this legislation does not in any way suggest that there is a deficiency or that our protection from our men and women who serve this country wholeheartedly, the Royal Grenada Police Force, it does not say or show that they are deficient of that, but I believe that it is one of the ways that their capacity will be enhanced. Madam President, this bill builds on what is already working, and I believe that it is strengthening the legal infrastructure that supports our security agencies and the judiciary by extension. And I think the benefits from this bill is very clear after reading through. I see here that we will have faster cooperation between CARICOM states. We will have the reduced safe havens for fugitives, because that's what some of those criminals have been doing. We have stronger deterrence, because now a criminal would know that they can't just jump a speedboat and run to St. Vincent or to run down to Trinidad or anything like that. So I believe that this bill serves as a strong deterrence to say that you can run but you can't hide, or in that case you can drive but you can't hide. Madam President, I also see the enhanced public confidence in regional justice and a more secure Caribbean community. Madam President, I believe that this bill strongly signals regional integration is not just about the trade of goods and services and the mobility, but I believe it is also about our shared responsibility, which is critical for safety, rule of law, and mutual trust. Madam President, we are one Caribbean. We are a family. And if something is, for example, I don't want to name names of countries, but we know, we are fully aware of some of the countries that have a higher crime rate than ours. And so, because we fall within the Caribbean, it's very easy for people to say the Caribbean is not a safe space, rather than saying a specific country is not a safe area. And we do not want that type of atmosphere to be brewing, and those kinds of negative connotations to be associated with our beautiful Caribbean and not just our country, Madam President. And so I end by saying that I support this bill, fully, Madam President. And I must say that a unified Caribbean must also be a secure Caribbean, because if we're not secure, then we will definitely not be unified and loved by everyone in the world, something that we are famous for. So, Madam President, thank you for allowing me to contribute in this honorable house.
Thank you for contributing, Senator Francis. Thank you kindly. Roderick Sinclair, Senator.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I
I
was out there attending to a very important activity, but I've been monitoring this online. Yeah, so, yeah, but this, I just want to register. I'm not going to go into the long debate because I understand the overall intent and purpose, and most significantly, as we have free movement of people, I think this is the key part. I think that is what we are always worried about, the free movement of persons. How do we treat with that? How do we do the vetting and all of these things? Because notwithstanding this bill in front of us, the issue about vetting and so on should still be done, and sharing of information among law enforcement is very critical in solving and dealing with crimes and, of course, persons of interest. And when you look at the range, the long list of offense for which this covers, it literally covers anything that someone can do. And we have to support each other within the region as it relates to these issues to make this place a safer place. As Senator Francis said, what is happening in North, of course, in a neighborhood, but we, when you come together, sometimes the act you take will influence others, and it's no safe haven in Grenada, and of course for our persons here too, most know there is no safe haven in other parts of the region. I think that's the message that should be sent from this, and so with that regard, we want to support the presentation. Of course, there could be improvement downstream, but those things need to be done to make this whole region a safer place. I thank you.
Those are your colleagues, huh? Senator Claudette Joseph, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to lend my unreserved support to this bill before this Honorable House, the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill. And this bill is grounded in a treaty bearing the same name, entered into by 11 of the 15 CARICOM member states. And Madam President, the bill, as several of the other contributing members indicate, is a harmonized legislation, meaning that it is intended to be passed in all of the parliaments of the CARICOM member states, and particularly those who entered into the treaty relating to it. Already, Madam President, it is law in Guyana and St. Lucia. I heard the Honorable Prime Minister of Barbados mention in an interview only yesterday that it will very shortly become law in Barbados as well. And I anticipate Belize Dominica, St. Vincent will follow in very, very short order, Madam President. The reason I say that is because this bill is intended to provide, as part of a suite of legislation, the legal framework to support the implementation of the Enhanced Cooperation Protocol to the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. The Enhanced Cooperation Protocol relates to the free movement of people within CARICOM. We actually already have free movement of people within the OECS. It is, as I find with many of the accomplishments of the OECS, very much understated in many respects. The OECS is way ahead of the rest of CARICOM in terms of the integration movement. We already have an integrated financial and banking system. We just debated the Banking Act, which is an OECS harmonized piece of legislation. We have the courts. We have the OECS Commission. We have ECA. We have the CBI regulatory body that was recently set up. So in many, many respects, and of course we have free movement. So in many respects, the OECS is leading the regional integration movement. And this here, Madam President, is a CARICOM effort that will see the rest of CARICOM joining the OECS with implementing free movement of peoples. Madam President, I think it was in November or December, Belize, Barbados, Dominica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines rolled out their implementation of the Enhanced Cooperation Protocol that allows for free movement of their peoples across borders. So in those 4 countries already, they have reciprocity in terms of allowing indefinite stay of each other's nationals, obtaining employment without the need for a work permit, and being able to access the social, health, and education services offered in the participating territories. So, Madam President, we intend, and other CARICOM countries intend also, to implement fully free movement of people. So in order to implement such initiatives as free movements, which will further the integration process, we must have the legal and regulatory framework to support it. And that's where this bill comes in. Madam President, we know that already our borders are porous, but there is a disparity in terms of the incidence of crime between our different states. There's no comparison between what happens in say, Guyana or Trinidad to what happens in Grenada. So in order to enhance cooperation with combating and treating with crime, we must have these bits of legislation. We have actually a lot of cooperation already with law enforcement. We have the RSS, and we have CARICOM Impacts, which is the CARICOM Implementing Agency for Crime and Security. So there's a lot of cooperation already. We all have mutual legal assistance arrangements with each other. So this bill is just another measure, another mechanism that will see enhanced law enforcement in the CARICOM space, so that we would no longer need to have extradition hearings and all the lengthy judicial processes that will involve the transfer of a person accused of a crime or convicted of a crime from one jurisdiction to the next. A very simple process. The application is made to a high court judge, and enforced in the other jurisdiction. The attorneys general of the CARICOM states are the implementing agencies, just as, not implementing agencies, central authority, just as is the case with the legislation relating to mutual legal assistance. So the Attorney General will be responsible for the administrative aspects of ensuring that the warrant is obtained according to law, and on the enforcement end, enforced and so according to law. So this, Madam President, is a bit of legislation that we are very proud to be the third of the 15 CARICOM states to table in our parliament. It advances our people, it advances the integration movement, it advances unity and cohesion in CARICOM, things that we all know in this current climate we need desperately, and not just need to have, but need to demonstrate to all and sundry that that CARICOM is a united, together space, actively moving towards integration of all our people. Because the truth is, we are all one. As Black Stallion said, one race from the same place, we made the same trip on the same ship. And that we must never forget. This is why I highly commend this bit of legislation for passage in this Honorable House. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We made the same trip in the same ship, and now we're making the same stay in the same jail. Thank you. Other contributions? Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay.
A bill for an act shortly entitled CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2026.
Honourable Senator Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Thank you. Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. We are now into committee.
Part 2, CARICOM Arrest Warrant.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 2, CARICOM Arrest Warrant, form part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Part 3, Miscellaneous.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 3 on miscellaneous forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay.
First schedule, applicable offences.
Honourable members, the question is that the first schedule on applicable offences forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary view say nay. Ayes have it.
Second schedule, form of CARICOM Arrest Warrant.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 2, Schedule 2, form of CARICOM Arrest Warrant forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary view say nay. Ayes have it.
Part 1, Preliminary.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 1, Preliminaries, forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed. Senator Thomas.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the Chair of Committee reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and the Chair of the Committee reports part of the bill, progress on the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary opinion say nay. Honorable Senate resumes. Honorable members, I have the honor to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole Senate and passed without amendment. Honorable Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Chair's report be adopted.
Thank you, honorable members. The question is that the report of the Chair be adopted. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Adopted. Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. All those who have that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay.
A bill for an act shortly entitled CARICOM Arrest Warrant Bill 2026.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I pass the floor to Senator Adrian Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of the bill for an act shortly entitled Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2026.
A bill which seeks to amend the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 84, the Principal Act, to revise the definition of the term cohabitant, to expand the scope of domestic violence to include forms of abuse inflicted through electronic or digital means, shortly entitled Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2026.
Thank you, Madam Acting Clerk. Honorable Senator Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Thank you, honorable members. The question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended in order to enable the bill to be taken through all of its stages at this sitting. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary opinion say nay. Agreed. Honorable Senator Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Sorry. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I stand here today in presenting this bill with a very heavy heart, and I want that is very sympathetic to the family and relatives of the two young ladies who unfortunately had to end their lives, as we see in local parlance, before time. Alejandra Let Hippolyte and Teresia Sebastian, I hope I got the names right. But Madam President, while this bill, Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2026, is very short, with only 2 clauses to be passed in this Honorable House today, the length of it does not see the power it has and what it means, what it will mean to our society. Madam President, again, Grenada has demonstrated its commitment to eliminating violence against women and girls by implementing measures aimed at addressing both overt and systemic factors that enable such violence. Grenada has been able to participate over the years in international and regional human rights instruments, and the government of Grenada has taken significant steps to uphold gender equality and protect women and girls from violence. The ratification, Madam President, of the Convention and the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, as well as the Convention on the Rights of the Child, affirms Grenada's obligation to take legislative and policy measures that ensure the full development and advancement of women and children alike, recognizing and respecting their fundamental rights. Madam President, the current definition under the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 84, it is the views that these definitions do not adequately capture abuse perpetrated through electronic and digital means. Nor do they fully reflect contemporary understandings of emotional, verbal, and psychological abuse. Madam President, accordingly, the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2026 seeks to amend the Principal Act to modernize and strengthen its protective framework by 1, revising the definition of cohabitant, 2, expanding the scope of domestic violence to expressly include cyberbullying, cyberstalking, and online harassment, and 3, expanding the definition of emotional, verbal, and psychological abuse to include repeated, unwelcomed, intimidatory contact and the dissemination of intimate images. Madam President, these amendments are intended to ensure that the law remains responsive to contemporary forms of abuse and provides meaningful protection to victims. Madam President, as I said in the beginning, it's a very short bill, but it will capture a lot for our society. The bill contains 2 clauses, Madam President. Clause 1 provides for the short title, and Clause 2 provides for an amendment to Section 2 of the Principal Act to amend the existing definition of the terms cohabitant, domestic violence, and emotional, verbal, and psychological abuse, and to insert now new definitions of the terms cyberbullying, cyberstalking, online harassment, and private or sensitive information. These amendments, Madam President, will enhance the ability of the courts and laws enforcement authority to respond effectively to domestic violence in all its forms, including technology-facilitated abuse, and will strengthen the protection afforded to victims under the law. Madam President, it is our wish that our society can be a better place, but our present legislation doesn't help us, and therefore the necessary amendments is important. And so I commend this bill to this Honorable House for discussion and ultimately approval so that these bills can become law in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Thank you.
I thank the Senator for his presentation of the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2026. Senator David Andrew.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to give support to this Domestic Violence Amendment Bill. It is evident that Grenada has made tremendous steps in the right direction to attempt to treat with the issues relating to domestic violence, but there's still a lot more to be done. A number of bills even have been passed in this Honorable House, some of the spotlight bills, and many of them aim towards closing that gap. But this particular amendment is one that is very timely in the age that we live in. We have all of the bills and the legislation that offer protection, but the technological gap has not been appropriately treated with. And that's where the huge gap is, and here's where this bill attempts to bridge that gap. And so this bill seeks to ensure that there is cover for the forms of violence that the technology affords. So in the day that we live, in the era that we live in, it's easy for people to do a lot more cyberbullying than probably 15 years ago. And in fact, careful review and research will tell you that several people end up depressed, several people end up being backed into a corner, several people commit several acts, unpleasant acts, because of treatment they receive in the online virtual space. And many of these things go unnoticed, unchecked, and this amendment seeks to ensure that the wording, the phrasing, the inclusiveness of the bill covers all of those gaps, including cyberbullying, cyberstalking, online harassment. And so it's very timely and very important. Additionally, the fact that it includes expressly mentioning, expanding the definition of emotional, verbal, and psychological abuse to include repeated and unwelcome intimidatory contact or the dissemination of intimate images. Madam President, the amount of persons who I know who have been subjected to having their images banded around on social media and through these platforms without their consent. And in some cases, some of them have been pretty compromising. I know of the story of Jane, a fictitious character for a real scenario, who within her life shared an image of herself. It wasn't even an image of nudity per se. She probably had just come from the shower and shared an image. And at very best, all I could see from the image was some element of what we'd call cleavage from where the towel was wrapped. Several years later, and that was done probably, the person was a student, probably from 4. Several years later, that surfaces, and it's all over the place. And that student, well, later down the road, ends up with all sorts of consequences, debarred from exams. And I think those things are really terrible and atrocious. And so when I see the legislation now attempting to bridge that gap and making provisions that these practices, disseminating those images, become illegal, and to try to mitigate against persons in an unwelcome manner, intimidating others through any online medium, I'm happy. And I think we're heading in the right direction. So I fully support the bill. But even as I do so, Madam President, I want to point out and say no amount of legislation will provide the ideal cure. Because at the end of the day, it's the values of the people who use the technology, it's the values, and to our brother's point on the other side, Senator Rahman, when he talked about, I think his term was the ethics course. We talk in the same language. When I say values, he says ethics. Yeah? But it's the values of the persons who use the social media, who use those platforms that cause them to do it that way. If you take a gun and you put it in the hands of a peaceful man, if peace is what he promotes, he's not likely to use it violently. If you take a gun and you put it in the hand of a violent man, he would use it for violence, because that's what he knows. If you take a Bible and you put it in the hands of a violent man, and he sees the way to use that to hurt people, he will, because that's what he wants to do, that's what his values are. And so even as we make these legislations, and I'm happy we're doing it to bridge the gap and to make sure that we cover, even in this technological era, for persons, I'm still saying there is a need for us to look as a society at the values we purport and the things we support. We support them in one way here, and then we condemn them here. And we ought to be consistent about the values we support and promote and stand for as a people, so that when we put these legislations together, we all sing in the same song consistently, on the same page, same key, all the way through. But Madam President, I give full support to this Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2026 as presented here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. And I offer the floor to Senator Gloria Thomas. Unless the other side is ready. I notice we've been breaking our rules today. Very good. Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, and to Nolan Cox.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I stand to give my full support to this amendment before us. Before I commence, Madam President, I want to register my sincerest and heartfelt condolences to the Leighton and the Sebastian family for the losses that they have sustained in recent weeks, and also to just say as a parent, Madam President, you know, it's very difficult to even think how those families are actually coping right now. And oftentimes we always reflect on if and what if and what should have been done. And a lot of comments, a lot of opinions, a lot of remarks are often made when we have such incidents. But you know, Madam President, I think the only time it actually means something is when it actually hits home. And so you find that a lot of comments, sometimes people just gloss over it because it is not us, it is not our family. And it's so easy for us to just move on. But when it is you, it's a different case. And so I do understand to some extent how the family is feeling. And the statement was made that, yes, of course, we do understand that legislation in itself cannot expressively correct all the wrongs or all the ills. But I think that society and our community understands that. And I think the call for legislators, for the parliament to respond is not in the context of fixing everything, but in the context of asking us to do everything possibly that we can from a legislative standpoint to address this issue. So I think that is what the call is. I think persons do understand that there are limitations where laws are concerned. But they are asking for every fraction, every aspect of whatever authoritative figure, whatever we can do to improve on what we have in whatever way. Madam President, and I must commend the government for continuing the initiative, Spotlight Initiative. I did recall that the former government, the National Party government, we would have fully endorsed that initiative, understanding what is at stake. I did recall also having some conversation with my colleague who is not here at this time, Senator Charles, who indicated that she recalled the Parliament being lit, the Parliament building being lit with an orange color, tone light, in awareness and recognizing the whole issue of gender-based violence. And I think that's one of the reasons why she dressed in orange today to really demonstrate that. And I really must comment that I didn't even remember that, and she remembered. Unfortunately, she can't be here this evening. She is not in the best of health. But I must commend the government for that and for doing whatever. The Minister for Social Development, we did hear from a presentation this morning. There are initiatives that have been doing so. We all have to do more to correct this. And this is not an issue of blaming. There are persons who have inherent weaknesses. There are persons who have their own challenges. The world is complex. There are a lot of things that we all have to deal with. I mean, we have kids, some of you here, we do have young boys and young girls, and we hope the best for them. And we would never, ever want to hear at any point in time that any of our kids are victims of either the person, the perpetrator, or the person who actually suffering from it. That is something that we at all would never want. And it's within that context that the call that has been made, that we all have to find a way to do more. That is basically it. We have to find a way to do more as a community, as a people, as a nation, as government, as political institutions, whatever. We have to do everything we can to arrest this negative impact of gender-based violence. So, Madam President, I want to, while the amendment for this legislation before us is quite small, but I wanted to kind of dive into it and just upload some critical things and maybe get some clarity and to help strengthen it probably going forward. Because I think this amendment is very timely and needed. And so, as opposition, we strongly support this amendment. on this whole issue and recognizing the importance of addressing digital and cyber abuse in this modern society. And that is the space that we live in. A lot of our kids are actually in that space. And so we are doing what we can to minimize the negative impact that they will contend with and have to contend with, and probably are contending with as we speak. Madam President, one of the first things I want to raise, the definition of cohabitant. And the definition of cohabitant requires, the amendment requires cohabitant continuously for not less than 5 years. The argument before us, Madam, is that 5 years is, I believe, is excessive and may exclude vulnerable partners, and I'll go further. Many domestic abuse relationships occur within a shorter time frame, and so one may ask whether or not we should put a time frame, or should we reduce the time frame, they say 1 to 3 years, or you can say that wherever a domestic relationship exists, then the law applies. Why 5 years? Why 5 years? So that is something for us to consider. There might be some thinking or reasoning behind that time frame, but I just wanted to flesh it out so that we can understand, as I say, everything that we do here is the interest of strengthening those legislation to ensure that whatever implementation, the outcomes from those implementation, we get the best result and the desired result that we're looking for. So it's within that context that I'm saying that we need to look at the whole issue of the threshold, and maybe just looking at it wherever a domestic relationship exists, the whole issue of cohabitant should be applied, and not after a particular time frame. So that is one, Madam President. Madam President, second, some of the definition of the terminology, it can be considered broad from a legal standpoint, and the bill introduces, and repeating from the presenter, cyberbullying, cyber stalking, online harassment, and dissemination of intimate images. The concern for me, Madam President, around some of the definitions rely on subjective terms. And I say it's probably a new area for us. And so from a legal standpoint, the drafters may have to just work with whatever exists. It's a new and emerging area for us. So some of the subject areas, like for example, emotional distress, humiliation would reasonably be perceived. So some of those things, those words are a little bit wide in context. So the question is, are those definitions sufficiently precise? And so that is something I think we need to look at. I think the risk here, Madam President, is the abuse of protection orders or the over-criminalization or weaponizing as in case of custody or even property disputes. So those are some of the things that I just wanted to raise. If somebody say I have emotional distress, how do you interpret that? How is that? Can you see the person is lying, or so those are some of the things that I think we have to contend with as we move forward. Yeah. Madam President, the next area we need to look at is our readiness, and I think this is probably the most important part. How ready are we? I'm not inside. I haven't had sight, Madam President, of the principal bill before us, but just the amendment. The question is, how ready are we? How ready is the state for this amendment? Does Grenada have the technical infrastructure to enforce cyber provisions effectively? I think that is one of the biggest question here. If it ought to be effective and it has to work, our readiness is something that we'll have to look at. And probably the government will say we're working on it, but I'm just stating it that we must be ready for this legislation, this amendment to be effective. Our police officers trained in terms of forensic, digital forensics. So that is something, we can't have the perpetrators being more expertly trained or have more equipment better than the officers. We'll definitely have a problem there. Do we have cybercrime units? I'm not sure if we do have one and what's the capacity. In the case of, on the judicial side, our magistrates, the AG, I don't know how competent our magistrates are in handling digital evidence. So those are some things that we would have to be prepared for, to deal with, to ensure that we implement this amendment, this law, effectively. So I just wanted to raise that. There's another area, Madam President, that was mentioned by, I think, Senator Andrew, and it has to do with, giving the experience of someone who had to deal with the issue of intimate images. And I strongly support this provision in particular, Madam President, because we've seen so much persons being affected by that. And not even here, you see in the outer world, some persons actually attempting suicide because persons would have put compromising pictures out in the media space, social media space, and not being able to deal with it, deal with the ramifications of that. So I strongly support this, Madam President. However, this is a kind of gray area for us, and I just want to point out a few things. And one of it is, in this case, is intent required? Is there a requirement for intent? What about accidental forwarding? Somebody could accidentally send a picture out, you know. How do any one of us could accidentally forward something out? So that is something that we have to look at. And what about images? Sometimes people take a clean image and manipulate it and make it into something intimate. And I didn't hear anything about this bill regarding minors, so that is something that we have to look at, how minors are adequately covered under this amendment. So maybe that is something that we may have to look at or come back in terms of amendment, how we deal with minors in this case, Madam President. So I wanted to raise that. I think there one more area I want to look at. And it has to do, I think they mentioned a bill about monitoring and tracking digital activity without consent. That again, I think there's some, as I said, the principal legislation, I haven't had sight of it, so I'm not certain if certain things are contained within there that would deal with that. The question of whether or not, and that includes parental monitoring, and whether or not somebody who might be sharing devices. So there are a lot of small things that we need to look at and that we have to be careful with if we really want this to work, because through technicality, there are a lot of gaps that can arise through technical stuff. And so I presume that we'll definitely have to come back at some point in time to strengthen this legislation as implementation goes forward. And I just want to probably recommend, Madam President, we talked about this morning, the Minister for Social Development spoke a lot about awareness and raising awareness, public awareness. I think instead of us having campaigns, Madam President, around this, I think it should be a prominent public notice, prominent in terms of ad, prominent in terms of certain billboards and certain school compounds. It should be reinforced. It should be seen daily, every single day. And I think that is an approach that we probably have to take. And when we come to measures regarding gender-based violence and other forms of domestic violence, oftentimes we have spots of good activity. So we might have 2 or 3 months of activeness in that regard, pushing information out, or we might have a project that might run for a particular year or 2, and then we have a lot of attention being given to that issue, and then after that project concludes, everything dies down. I believe that there is a significant opportunity, it is a great opportunity for us to make it a prominent feature. A prominent feature. I mean, we should be tired of hearing this every single day or 2 or 3 times a day on our radio stations. And all our radio stations do have a national obligation as part of the licensing agreement to air public announcements of importance for this country without a charge. So we don't have to worry about costs there. So that would be my suggestion in that regard. So, Madam President, in all, I fully support this amendment. I believe that there is more will have to be done going forward. As the digital space is always moving, things are very fluid in the digital space. And so to legislate for digital crimes, Madam President, is very difficult. It is not easy. But we have to be vigilant. We have to be vigilant. So with these few words, Madam President, I give my full support to this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Thank you for a very effective conversation with recommendations. Thank you. Thank you for bringing your parenthood to the table. Senator Claudette Joseph.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to support the bill now being debated in this honorable House, the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2026. Madam President, this is another of the bills that will be tabled in both houses of Parliament under the Spotlight Initiative. The Spotlight Initiative being that project undertaken by the government of Grenada with the support of the United Nations Development Program and the European Union, which commenced in about 2019, and after very extensive and broad consultations, several recommendations were made for legislative reform. And of course, the initiative is aimed, the objective of it is to help to reduce, or rather, to use the word in the project documents, eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls. So, across the years, Madam President, and across administrations, there have been consistent efforts and initiatives aimed at eliminating violence against women and girls. And it goes way back, Madam President, perhaps to the 1980s when we started paying attention to these things and looking more at the rights, respecting the human and fundamental rights of women and girls. So, Madam President, in fact, we first passed the domestic violence law in Grenada in 2001. And even before that, we started making certain acts which were not before criminal, such as incest and so, criminal. It was in 1993, for example, that incest became a crime on our law books. It was not a crime before. So as far back as then, we started looking at the plight of our young girls and our vulnerable women inside the home and outside. So, Madam President, the domestic violence law had a full remake. There was a full revamp where the 2001 legislation was repealed and replaced in 2010 with a new bit of legislation which has been updated over the years, and I must say, Madam President, is quite comprehensive in affording a legal framework for vulnerable women, people who are subject to domestic violence, to access protection offered by the state through protection orders and the ancillary matters that the courts, in making the protection orders, will provide for under those orders. We know, Madam President, that sometimes the system fails our women. And we had two recent instances. Ms. Lett, who was murdered, allegedly murdered. The person has not been tried yet, and I'm not aware that he confessed. So he's accused of having murdered Ms. Lett, and this is a person who was already several times in conflict with the law, had been convicted for violent crimes against women, is known to have sexually assaulted at least 2 or 3 women, and following all the processes, he appears to have been released back into the general population without being properly or duly rehabilitated. And so we lost Ms. Lett. So we know we have instances where sometimes with all the measures and safeguards we put in place, the system fails at times. But we must continue to be steadfast and to make improvements as we go along to afford more and more protection to our women. And I wouldn't say vulnerable because in a sense we are all vulnerable. This morning when Mr. Senator Rahman was talking about in his religion, the women, it is, I don't know if it's a rule or a custom for them to be accompanied by a male as protector. Yeah? Rule. For them to be accompanied by a protector, I would say they might be better off signing up with a martial arts class. Because we know the way how life is and the reality of our society, sometimes the very protector is the abuser. And so women are capable, women are strong, women must just be given the tools so that they can be independent and defend themselves in all circumstances, physical, verbal, emotional, on the job, in the boardroom. We just need an equal chance. So I would urge you, I know you're a senior in your faith, encourage them to set up self-defense classes for the women so that they can feel comfortable to travel on their own without the need for a male protector. And so, Madam President, this domestic violence amendment bill seeks to enhance the existing legislation. Now, I will speak to the definition of cohabitant as provided for in the legislation, which changes the definition in the Principal Act. The Principal Act defines cohabitant as a person who is living or has lived with a person of the opposite sex as a husband or wife, although not legally married to that person. That section is proposed to be repealed and replaced with the following definition, that a cohabitant means, in relation to a woman, a single man who is living or has lived together with a single woman as husband and wife on a bona fide domestic basis continuously for a period of not less than 5 years, and in relation to a man, the same. Single woman living together as man and wife in a bona fide relationship for a period of not less than 5 years. And I hear the concern raised by Senator Cox as to why the apparent restriction now in the definition, whereas before it was open. Now the proposition is that they must have lived for not less than 5 years. Madam President, as I said, this is one of the 12 or 13 bills that will come to this House. Well, some have already come, like the marriage amendment and the status of children. So the remaining bills, one of them will be in relation to cohabiting partners, and will recognize and give certain rights to persons who cohabit in a de facto union, not being legally married, so to speak, but affording certain of the rights and privileges that married couples enjoy. And the reality is that in Grenada, about 85, some years ago, I assisted the GrenCoda with doing a study, and that found about 85% or more of children in Grenada are born to unions where the parents are not married. So the cohabiting spouses legislation will actually speak to about 80-something% of the population. So and relate more to what our reality is. So this preempts that legislation coming on stream, and the idea is to have synergy across all the laws relating to these matters. But the person in a cohabiting arrangement for less than 5 years is not disadvantaged, because the legislation, the Principal Act, in defining domestic relationship at Section 2, defines domestic relationship as including, and I'm reading item F there, it says domestic relationship means a relationship between an applicant, so that would be an applicant for protection order under the legislation, and a respondent in any of the following ways. And there's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E. F says where they are or were in an engagement, dating, or visiting relationship, which includes but is not limited to an actual or perceived romantic, intimate, or sexual relationship of any duration. So the person who is less than the cohabiting spouse, if you want to call him that, who is less than de facto spouse, who is less than 5 years, will be covered by F. And also there is G that says where they share or shared the same household or residence. So the person the cohabitant who is less than 5 years in, based on this new definition, is not affected because they will be covered by F and G. But the cohabitant needs to have the same definition across all the legislation. So, Madam President, I urge all of us to join hearts, hands, and efforts as we fight this battle against the scourge of gender-based violence in our society. It comes from to us all the way from slavery, and it's hard to shake because we have these laws. And sometimes why, for example, I could speak as a practitioner who has applied for many protection orders under the Domestic Violence Act. And sometimes they fail. The courts do what they have to do. The applicants, they know of the right. They have to get a protection order. They get the protection order. And in these small societies, sometimes you have the law enforcement. They may know the couple. And they may say, these guys, they're always fighting. They will make back up. And sometimes serious situations are not taken as seriously as they should. So it's a whole of society approach we have to adopt, from homes, from the preschools, from churches, community groups. All hands must be on deck, training our young boys how to treat with and interact with women with respect, and teaching them that violence, hitting, fighting is not the answer. Training our young girls to establish boundaries and to identify abusive situations when they arise from very young, and changing mindsets. It's a whole of society approach. We cannot wait for when the person comes into conflict with the law. We can't wait for the criminal code to be kicked in, or the domestic violence legislation, or what have you, because at that point, as the Prime Minister said in the other place, in a sense, it's too late. They've already produced, the society has already produced the abuser. That's why the law has to step in. We want to get to the point where we don't have to resort to these laws too often. So, Madam President, the Principal Act does not make provision for cyber bullying and online harassment, stalking, and so it makes provision for stalking, but not cyber stalking. So these amendments, as we live in a dynamic society and our circumstances change, in 2010, cyber stalking and cyber bullying wasn't so much a thing. It is a real thing now. So we must update the law to meet the times. And this is what we are doing in this proposed legislation. We look forward to coming back with the rest of the Spotlight Initiative legislation. And we look forward to all our colleagues here supporting us in these. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Thomas. Thank you for your commitment and your admonition that we have to be steadfast and we need a whole of society approach, and many other calls that you have issued. Thank you. Contribution. I offer the floor to Senator Dwight Horsford. Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President and colleagues. I rise in my place to lend support to the amendment measure now before us today in the Senate. And Madam President, I think we should put things in perspective as we attend to this very short amendment bill. The compass of this bill is very narrow. It expands the definitional terms of certain abusive behavior so that they may be caught under the provisions, the remedial provisions of the Principal Act. And that is very much welcome as it marches in pace with emerging technology and how technology may be used abusively to stalk, to menace, to intimidate, to harass, and virtually
to terrorize. But, Madam President, it is hard, very, very difficult to escape cognizance of the fact that this amendment bill, though short, comes to us in the context of a background of recent tragedies that have sent shockwaves across our country. The violent killing of two young women that has left families devastated and without answers, shocked. Madam President, there are two distinct but connected social issues that these recent tragic events bring to the fore for urgent and very speedy, serious attention in this country. The first, criminal justice reform is now a matter of urgent and pressing necessity, particularly in the context of parole and early release and the assessment of the risk of repeated violent offenders to the general population, to society. The second is what some refer to as GBV, gender-based violence, or domestic violence, or generally violence against women and young females. Madam President, though all forms of violence occur in varying social contexts, I am not one that is prepared to accept any stereotype of our West Indian and Grenadian society as necessarily violent ones. What we need to do now, Madam President, what our people expect us to do now, Madam President, what we must demonstrate that we are doing now, Madam President, is that we formulate and implement a national strategic policy and all mechanisms associated with the implementation of such a policy being put in place to address this. Quite often when tragedies of this kind occur, the natural reaction is anger, knee-jerk reactions. But we have a resident problem that other countries have had to tackle with violence of this kind. And I will be my usual candid self. In the ocean now of all this despair and pain that families and communities are reeling from as a result of these tragic, profoundly shocking events. This issue is not a partisan issue. This issue is not one for a camera reel and social media props for self-promotion. It is too serious for that. And so, Madam President, we need to recognize that certain very serious efforts need to be made in order for us to demonstrate that there is zero tolerance and we mean business. But of course, that requires a very important ingredient, Madam President, called leadership. Carry on from that. And leadership is always from the front. It cannot be, follow me, I'm right behind you. It has to be from the front. And so while it is not a partisan issue, there is a strong political element in it because your general population who you lead expect leadership on the issue. Madam President, we feel, and I agree with my friends opposite, Leader of Government Business, and my learned and distinguished friend, the Honorable Attorney General. That any leadership role and approach to this must be multi-dimensional. And we accept that government alone cannot do it, but we also expect that government should lead on it. As we see it, Madam President, we on this side of the chamber, we consider that a multifaceted, multidimensional approach to gender-based violence and sexual violence of this kind that we have seen recently and have been seeing for years must be approached on the basis of the following things, which we recommend must be of top priority. First, as I mentioned, our national strategic plan or policy must be devised not as a knee-jerk reaction or knee-jerk reaction or knee-jerk political response in a certain kind of year. But it must be informed by broad-based input. From all relevant social stakeholders and partners, Madam President. Next of critical importance, there must be a central authority or body that must coordinate and marshal resources and the response, interventional and protective measures that follow and flow from this national strategic plan or policy. Of course, as my learned friend and distinguished friend, the Attorney General mentioned, of course, legislative reform is necessary to accompany these objectives. But the legislative reform cannot and should not be piecemeal. They must be omnibus and coordinated in nature. Such as criminal justice reform, as I mentioned earlier, in a wholesale fashion, which is badly needed in Grenada. Badly needed. I think that is now beyond any useful argument or debate. The National Strategic Plan of Action or Policy against this kind of violence must be designed to achieve principally the essential objectives of 1, protection, 2, prevention, 3, punishment and rehabilitation, that, Madam President, will necessitate increased funding for support services and early intervention. Now, I know that is not necessarily something that politicians generally like to hear, being creatures of expediency, but the social welfare budget must considerably increase if we are to be serious in tackling gender-based violence, Madam President. It is not, as we rightly recognize, just amending an act and saying stiffer punishment. That's the back end. We need to deal with the front end. In addition to changing social attitudes, which is something, Madam President, it's a noble objective, but it is not something that will happen overnight, and it is not something that will happen because you pass a law. There's no causal connection with passing a law and change of social attitudes. None at all. In the meantime, where the attitudes need to change is in the law enforcement divisions that exist. And I'm sorry my friend is not in here. Not only do you have the attitudinal response that, well, you know, they're going to make that up that man and woman thing. You also get that from law enforcement, you know. And I'm not blaming them. I'm not saying that they're not doing their jobs, but I'm saying the cultural responses that my friends over there talk about must be understood in a broader context. If these officers are being called out several times in certain circumstances, making interventions and people are going back into the same context of abuse, it will generate a cynical response. And so what is needed is a specialized unit, not one within the police force that on Monday inside the specialized unit and by Friday in SSU and the following Monday in traffic. No. Not so. Specially trained and dedicated monitoring and policing units that assist the public body established to coordinate the social welfare responses in communities to these occurrences of violence of this kind. You have to do it in a focused way. But we have to accept the thing will cost. So if we're serious, and I hope it's seriousness I'm hearing, you have to put your money where your mouth is. You have to spend on it. In the countries, Madam President, have been successful at bringing it down to staggeringly significant levels, low levels of gender-based violence. Countries like what? Spain, Denmark, Ireland, mostly Ireland. They recognize that a significant portion of the national budget has to go there. If we care, if we really care, if we really understand what is happening out there, expenditure has to increase for these things because a number of things need to be enabled. Training, not least training. So this law enforcement unit, specialized policing unit, must be part of this apparatus, the structure that I'm speaking of, Madam President, to assist social welfare workers to operate in early intervention and protective measures for vulnerable persons and victims of violence of this kind, giving rapid response to those situations. There are so many aspects of the necessary social welfare responses that we need to consider in the context of gender-based violence, Madam President, in order for our address of the situation to be effective. I'm sure you know, and others, certainly my friends opposite, my sister in the ministry would know that in some countries you have houses of refuge, especially in those cases where the risk of harm to life like death or loss of limb is greatest because of historical patterns of abuse and the debilitating psychological effect it has on some partners. That's why they go back into it. You're not blaming them for being stupid. You can't say that. You can't say that. There's a psychological phenomena that attends on the abuse in abusive situations, particularly long-running abusive situations, almost like the Stockholm Syndrome. And so houses of refuge are necessary, just as in other aspects of our social welfare intervention with young girls who have become very early mothers and have to continue their education, and some of them who have ruptured home environments. You have temporary safe houses safe houses and houses of refuge to accommodate them for a time while they pick up themselves, so to speak. That too is needed. That costs money. So these are the things, or some of the things, that must intrude on a serious, strategic, coordinated national response to gender-based violence. And before I close off, this is not new. And we do not have to search the skies or the moon for special measures and initiatives to tackle the problem that we face. Other countries have faced it, some more successfully than others. I know that there are some programs and some initiatives that we have here in this country and have had for some time, but that clearly is not the point. We need more intervention. We need more action, and it is not enough. It's just not enough. That's why I'm talking about an enlargement of the social welfare agenda and budget. And so not only the best practices of other countries, many of these programs, I heard sometime just now, moments ago, about Spotlight Initiative and initiatives of that kind. The design of these initiatives, Madam President, as I think you know, as well as my friends, were refined and they emerged out of, I think it is the Istanbul Convention. That is largely a treaty arrangement entered into by the majority of the European countries, because it's a convention initiative of the Council of the European Union. But it has led to effective domestic design measures following its principles and its layout in some of the European countries. I think 3 of them I mentioned earlier: Spain, Sweden, Ireland, I think. So we don't have to reinvent any wheel or look for a response in Jupiter or Mars. Many of these things are available to us. The challenge we have, I think, twofold: political will and resources. And they are linked. Because we know when politicians want to find money to do something, go find it. So if it is important enough, find it. Find it. We have to deal with this. And we have to deal with this now. So with these few words, Madam President, I do support this very short amendment bill. And I look forward to seeing the call and the convening of broad-based social perspectives and views being assimilated into a national strategic plan of action or policy for addressing this matter. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, learned attorney. Thank you. And we look forward to taking on board all these initiatives in the background around social attitudes and the current expressions in social behavior. Senator, the Honorable Gloria Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. Esteemed colleagues in this House and citizens of Grenada and in the diaspora listening. Today, we stand at a pivotal moment in our nation's fight against domestic violence. The Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2026 is not merely a legislative adjustment. It is a declaration that we will not allow outdated definitions or loopholes to leave our people unprotected. The amendment seeks to modernize the law. Domestic violence has evolved beyond the confines of the home. Abuse now takes many forms: physical, psychological, and increasingly digital. Stalking, online harassment, and cyber intimidation are real threats that devastate lives. This amendment ensures our laws reflect the realities of the 21st century. This law, the amendment to this law also seeks to close loopholes. For too long, the definition of cohabitant has been narrow, leaving some victims outside the protection of the law. By broadening this definition, we extend the shield of justice to all who live in vulnerable domestic arrangements, regardless of traditional labels. This law also seeks to enhance victim protection. The bill empowers survivors to seek protection orders against perpetrators of stalking and online harassment. It acknowledges that abuse is not only physical. It can be psychological, emotional, and digital. By recognizing these forms of violence, we give survivors stronger legal tools to reclaim their safety and dignity. Alignment with international standards is part of the aim of this amendment. Across the globe, nations are strengthening protections for victims of domestic violence. The United States, the European Union, and our Caribbean neighbors have already expanded their frameworks to include digital abuse. Grenada must not lag behind. Passing this bill signals our commitment to international best practices and human rights. What is the cost of inaction? If we fail to act, survivors of online harassment will remain unprotected to a large extent. Legal ambiguity will weaken enforcement, and Grenada will fall short of its duty to safeguard its citizens. Every delay is another day that victims suffer without adequate recourse. Colleagues, this bill is not about politics. It is about people. It is about mothers, fathers, children, and partners who deserve to live free from fear. By passing the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2026, we affirm that Grenada stands on the side of justice, compassion, and progress. So let us all support this amendment. Let us vote in favor, and let history record that we choose protection over neglect, action over silence, and justice over indifference. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Thomas. Senator. Roderick Sinclair.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand here and for the records, I would like to at the same time have my sympathies to the family and friends of the two young ladies whose lives were taken. In fact, I think it was sometime last week myself, I had joined our good senator and others in Tivoli after that tragic incident there last week. It's my neighborhood. Where I lime, where I drink, where I shop is my area, and didn't know the young lady. But actually I was in Salaka right by the shop there, close to where she lives, only the Friday before. So those things do come home to us, and I think it was Senator Cox that raised the point that, and it goes for this and a lot of things, eh? When it comes close, then we see. But it says to us that we have to always be understanding of all of these things that happens in our environment and what we do here in the parliament. It really what happens in the society, and we are not distant. And whilst we have to manage our own emotional connection and impact as we go through these issues, because we have to understand it, think about it, in the way we read and research and presenting it, and it do take toll on all of us in our different ways, as we personalize and try to make a difference in those areas. And I say this to say that some might be tough and some might seem easy, meaning that we just looked at the bill a while ago at the CARICOM arrest warrant. Maybe it's far away from us because we may not have someone involved. But something like this, domestic violence, it is what everybody do. We all live somewhere. We all speak to somebody. Or we know somebody who is speaking to somebody. We have homes. We have workplaces. The world is literally one these days, and so that which should cause persons to go through different affections, it's real. And so we're not only asking us here to vote and support this change, but all those listening on the outside. Everybody could come up with all ideas as to why these things are happening and how we could solve it, and we here are doing our part. And the call is for everybody in their own way, whether it's the church, whether it's the Leo Club, the Lions Club, the Steel Band, the drama group, have to be called on to do their part. And so, as it was mentioned earlier by our Attorney General, the suite of legislation that is coming for this whole protection, we have to look at the same time and see how we reach out in the scope of these legislations to not just the public at large. We have to find ways to have businesses, groups, organizations, to have some adopting, incorporating these sort of policies, attitudes, philosophies within the structure. So you could have a good Steel Band group. But what is happening inside there? They may meet, they may say the Lord's Prayer, they may play pan, but these other social issues, do they spend time, half an hour, maybe once a month, discussing these things? I use football as another example, or cricket, as the case may be, so that we could reach out to more and more persons in championing this change that we want to do in the workplace. So I raising this that we don't isolate this solution too well. We bring it to stalking and this and cyberbullying, because we also know where it's happening. All of us, the whole nation right now, I sure can identify maybe two places, two situations right now But we have situations happening. And we go and sleep tonight happy. Oh yes, they passed the bill. What have anybody done? Of course, we ourselves, meaning that persons who may want to report certain matters may also feel at risk. The issue of confidentiality, and so on. So, in bringing a report, you may say, well, you can call your anonymous calls. And so, I don't trust because this one is do this and this one call and before you turn around, the neighbor, the person watching them bad eyes because they feel it's them that make a report. How do we improve that confidence for those reports? And all of these areas are very critical in addressing those areas. How does the police solve a lot of crime? A lot of other crimes are solved. Little thief-ups here and there. So the question is, where are those type of thief-ups? Where? Do they exist? Are people saying anything? Madam President, as I go through this proposed amendment, there are a few things. The issue of the cohabitant, I did have some questions on this, and so Senator Joseph explained the context of it happening here now, because in preparation for other things coming. At the same time, I want to flag in this definition both 2A, the new 2A, cohabitant means A and B, the word living, L-I-V-I-N-G. As it reads, it says cohabitants mean in relation to a woman, a single man who is living or has lived together. So the word living, right, is the operative word. And I'm saying to us, in the context of the whole bill, it speaks earlier of, I will tell you, it speaks, one second. Right, the issue of the domestic part, right, so I want to relate it back to the issue of the domestic. The domestic, in my context, in a now, because of the introduction of the cyber and the online and those electronic forms of domestic violence, quote unquote, the domestic context now, the word living is interesting because I'm living in a house with Mary and Jane in Grenada. I'm living, sleeping, waking, okay, cohabitant or wife, as the case may be. At the same time, when I introduce the cyberbullying or the cyber stalking, Jane might be in South Africa and I might be in Argentina. Okay, we may visit now and then, or maybe it's my official legal in the context of what is legal wife. And so, are we really cohabiting in that context of the word living? And so, I raise it because I know we have learned friends inside here who can explain that living. So, if I'm in Argentina, the woman is in South Africa, we may see once in a while, but it's with a relationship. maybe married? No, sorry, not married, because cohabitant. Would we say that we are cohabiting? And I think the word living can throw us off in the real definition of cohabiting. Because if I'm cyberbullying in a cohabiting environment, I don't understand the word living. So I flag that we may want to, maybe it's understood, but I think that is an area that could be looked at. Now, I agree with the interpretation of the domestic. I even went as, because the law in itself, in its broadest sense, in my understanding, and I stand corrected, that it doesn't matter where you live because of this electronic part. So whether you're physically living together or you're electronically connecting online, maybe see now and then, the domestic part of it, give it validity. Because this is also my question, because when I hear domestic violence, I expect it to be, well, something very happening in a household, happening in a house, in a living space. Context of a relationship. Right, so this is right, exactly. In the context of the relationship. And that's exactly the point. I'm speaking to the public, eh? Good. And so, when we introduce the cyber and the electronic, we say like, well, what does that mean? I mean, husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, partners, they're in the house together, living. So, are they texting one another and cyberbullying in the house? No. And Brother Dwight explained very well. And so I raise this because sometimes the understanding help to bring us to know what to do and what not to do. And this, I thought, was a very important point, but it needed to come out in that context to show it doesn't matter where you're living, where you are. But once those things are happening in the form of the relationship, that is where the issue is. And I thank you for that explanation. The other thing I want to also comment on this is that it's thought process, as positive, as was raised, I think, by Senator Thomas, it was, I think, the Attorney General, regarding children born out of wedlock, if you want to call it that. And so this bill, what would happen, how would we, is there a time going back? So we say 5 years. This is what the definition says. The definition says here, living continuous for not less than 5 years. So would there be a cutoff? You know, so let's suppose it was 4 years already. You know, so I think those sort of explanation would be helpful for application and understanding of situations. This is my other question I have. And maybe in committee, these things can be explained. And there was an edit that also took place regarding removing the word, I think it was electronic mail, and saying communication. That was also another edit that was done. This was another edit that was done to remove the word electronic email to communication, so it broadens that scope, which I thought also was good. At the same time, there has been no fundamental change with penalties and all those other framework. I think this is very significant. Those things remain the same. And so, in speaking with some people, it's like, okay, well, what really changed? You know, I thought it was going to be tougher laws and regulations, tougher penalties. Right? So maybe from the government side, they can sort of give some, maybe in the wrapping up, explanation for comfort. For comfort. Why only focusing mainly on those definitional issues rather than maybe a stronger penalties? And these are my comments. But overall, we have to keep focus on this matter, and the involvement of the groups and the organizations and the policies around that. And we trust that whilst this may not capture the other bills that is related to this entire project that is being spoken about, will address those areas for policy positions in moving forward. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. You're right there. It's I'm not sure if I should say it's a slew of legislation related to that. Some that have gone already and that are still others to come. Not just from Spotlight, but from the historical collective effort of advocates in society and legislators. So what might not be as specific or clear in this particular amendment bill, more subject-oriented, should bring it out. I see the light on for request from Senator Queens Britton. Senator Britton, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Warm evening, afternoon. Madam President, it would be remiss of me if I didn't join or lend my support by first expressing condolences to the families of Tereshel, Sebastian, and Alejandra Lett, whose lives were tragically taken. My deepest condolences to their family and friends of them, and I condemn this in the strongest way, Madam President. And secondly, I rise to give support to the amendment of the Domestic Violence Act as presented by the Leader of Government Business in the Senate. Yes, Madam President, as legislators, we are doing as much as we can to strengthen legislation. But this is just part or the tip of the iceberg, we would say, to a wider societal problem that we have. And we need to start, thinking really deeply as to how do we grow our children as parents, as guardians, even members in the society. How do we grow our boys and girls into grooming them or letting them be aware of what is acceptable as boys and girls. You have to teach them from a very early age, also into the adolescent stage, because even we have to be consistent with what it is that we're doing, because there are behavioral patterns, and if before we used to say it takes a village to raise a child, but we seem to have lost somewhere along the way. We lost our like you seem like our moral compass bus. We lost our way, and we have to take responsibility. Every one of us have we have to share the responsibility. We can't be blaming this person or that person. Every one of us have a responsibility in ensuring that we protect a future, because if not, there will be more devastating consequences. As community members, as I said, in closely knitted community especially, we all know, as my good senator alluded to, that we know of some situation happening somewhere, and we need to stand up and speak out. We need to take a tough stand of violence of any kind, whether it's against women and children, violence against men. We need to speak out. And if you would permit me, Madam President, as I alluding to speaking out, I remember this poem that went, I did not speak out. And if you would just permit me to quote from it, it says, the poem, it says, first they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists. I did not speak out. Well, they really come for the trade unionists. I ain't seen him inside there. I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one else, no one left to speak for me. So violence, like I say, I condemn violence of all kinds. And like I say, in the society, we have a responsibility to speak out. We cannot just see things and just turn a blind eye, and we feel because it's not happening to us, or it doesn't fall within our household, but it's just a matter of time before it really hits home. So we have to try to curb this problem, and as we often say, we bend the tree whilst it's young. So even we too, as politicians, we have a responsibility. I've seen, people try to use it to make political mileage. This is in my book, that's a no-no, right? We have to condemn this, strong this, and join hearts, hands, whatever that we can. I would just end by saying this, Madam President, just about 2 years ago, we had a problem in St. Mark, where we had a lot of juvenile delinquency, and it was getting real out of control. And I reached out to, and I think I did make mention of that here in this honorable house before. I reached out to Dr. Neil Shaitan, a behavioral psychologist, asking him what can we do to save these young men. And we did a behavioral modification. He did a behavioral modification program. Thanks to the Ministry of Community Social Development. Tanti Glows, thank you very much. They gave support to that, where we had just over 56 young men and young women being enrolled as a part of a 6-month program. And that, Madam President, made a big difference in curbing some of the violent acts that we were having. And now, some of the young men, they're still not on the straight and narrow path, but we were able to get them to, start having a different perspective on life than, following this dangerous pattern. So I say all that to say that as leaders, as politicians, as community members, we all have a responsibility in this. So this is not something we just come here and we just make the legislative changes and so on. We have to stand and we have to speak out, Madam President. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. And congratulations for your success, although you think of it as partial. I'm sure it made a dent, as you said, 56 young persons speaking up and learning together to move away from violence has to be commended. Thank you for sharing that. Senator Salim Rahman.
Thank you, Madam President. So, I stand to give support, in principle, to the Domestic Violence Amendment Act, the amendments to that act. I stand to give support to it. It is necessary to speak on issues of cyberbullying and things that are not present in the old or in the existing act, rather. In the very beginning, in section 2, when we refer to the existing law under the definition of cohabitant, we see that it means a person who is living, and I quote, cohabitant means a person who is living or has lived with a person of the opposite sex as a husband or wife, although not legally married to that person. So in this definition, it addresses two people living together of the opposite sex as husband and wife, although they're not married. And in the other one, which we're replacing it, proposed to replace it with, it speaks to two people living together who are not husband and wife, so unmarried, but it adds on a bona fide basis. Bona fide means good faith, is Latin for good faith. On a bona fide basis, continuously for a period of not less than 5 years. So my question is, why did you put a time frame where there was no time frame before? Would we say that the recent crimes committed against the two young ladies, those relationships were more than 5 years? Do we have that information? Relationships don't last long today, Madam President. So if those relationships that were the result of that evil act that those men committed were less than 5 years, then what does this legislation do in their case? What does it do? Because it doesn't cover them. It would not have covered them if we did it a year before. So I have difficulty with that. There's a lot of good. As I said, my first comments is that I support it. It's necessary. It's very good. But I have difficulty with that definition where it says continuously for a period of not less than 5 years, because the reality is that people shacking up all the time for 6 months, a year. Why put a time frame when there was no time frame before? What is the justification for that? I have not heard that. So, moving on. You know, Madam President, laws by themselves don't protect people. They don't. People protect people. And people use these laws as measures to preserve order. That's what we have laws there for. And so when Senator Quince says it seems like our moral compass busts, he hit the nail on the head. He hit the nail on the head. Of course, my colleague, Senator Horsford, speaks about special teams, enforcement units to tackle acute situations that may come about or present itself with specialized training, yes, of course. He also spoke about safe houses, is the term. He didn't say that term, but that's what he meant. Safe houses. You find that across Canada and other industrialized countries, well established. It works because they have a place to run to. Because many times, the woman in a relationship, she doesn't feel comfortable talking. She's so involved, or maybe ashamed of some things. And she doesn't feel comfortable speaking of certain things, so sometimes she just has to check in a safe house. And that is something that the government perhaps can look into. With regard to self-defense courses, or goodly Attorney General mentioned that the women should take self-defense courses. Yes, that's good. But that's not going to solve the problem. Really, that's not going to solve the problem. That's a small part of it. The reality is that the average man is stronger than the average woman. And the reality is that the average woman is not going to take a self-defense class unless you're making mandatory in school. And that is why she also said something, so I disagree with, I don't disagree, but it's not going to solve the problem. That is why when she mentioned that a woman does not necessarily need a male protector, I think there's a Bible verse that can answer her. It comes from Proverbs 3:5. It says, trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. Lean not unto thine own understanding. If God Almighty say, this is best, it's best. In Islam, it tells us that the believers are those who hear and they obey. So, it is, she did say something that is correct, in my opinion. It is a whole of society approach. That's exactly what it is. It is a whole of society approach. So if we continue to imbibe the liquor, and we continue to have anybody sing anything because culture, how are we going to change what is apparent before us now? Because it's happening again and again and again. And we all know that one life loss is too much. Too much. We don't know our people in this country already. We're talking about bringing people. We can't afford to lose any. That's another point. Perhaps you didn't hear that one, Madam President. That's not for today. So, I would like some clarity on this cohabitant definition. There must be a reason why they stick that 5-year period in there. And I don't think that has been explained to us. I would think we deserve an explanation on that. Given the fact that most relationships are less than 5 years, that's the reason why marriages are popular. People changing all the time. And then I go to a verse from the Quran, which says, indeed, God Almighty does not change the condition of a people until they change what is within themselves. And that's exactly what the Attorney General said. It's a whole of society approach. That's what that means. That you have to identify and realize that this is a problem, and we as a society, we all agree on all quarters, all parts, that we are going to change it. So, in closing, Madam President, I commend the government for bringing this legislation forward. It is very good. My only issue with it is the cohabitant, and I would like to see more things being done as it relates to, as I said, the music aspect of it, lifestyle habits, and things that we consider to be acceptable. We need to start to question some of those things as to what we really want. And this is something that the Prime Minister has mentioned on numerous occasions. What do we want our society to look like? What do we want? Because if it says, lean not unto thine own understanding, and we say we have democracy, isn't democracy our own understanding? We pass laws according to what? Our own understanding. That's democracy. So whilst we have that aspect of democracy, we still must refer to the guidelines given by the Creator, who we reverence every time we come into this house. I mean, I don't want to sound like a preacher, but, you know, it's a reality that we are a God-fearing people of different faiths, but we all are, that is our tradition. Whether you're Christian, Muslim, whatever it is, right? So we have to utilize those assets that we have and go back, if necessary, or rather forward, because morality is forward, not backwards. Go forward to what we know is correct, what has been advised to us, even if, because there may be things, habits that we like that are not good for us. So remember, in closing, I would like to re-emphasize that laws by themselves don't protect people. That people protect people. So when we come into this house and we pass laws, it is only as good as what we ourselves decide to do about it. That we stop it with our own hands. We stop it when we see a wrong, and we make an effort to continuously improve. Only by our actions as a parent and as elders in society, only by holding ourselves as models to account with our flaws, with all the flaws that we have, could we change our society. Our children are not going to change our society. It has to start with the adults and adult behavior. And so all of us need to look within and see that the habits that we have, the habits that our society has, see what is acceptable for us, so we can continue to grow, and we can continue to grow safely and to protect our children and our society and our women and those that are vulnerable. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much for your thoughts. And I would, yes, I would thank you for your thoughts. And I believe our last contributor to the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2026 is none other than our Senator Sybil Francis.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I stand here today. For some reason, I feel overwhelmed, Madam President. And I feel hopeful at the same time, but there is some part of me that feels overwhelmed. I'm not sure if it's because it's a fight that I've joined at a very tender age, Madam President, or the experiences or the lived realities of the things that I've seen in my communities, in my family, or learning about the stories that our women and girls, and in some instances as well, our young men are faced with. Madam President, my memory is jogged to some of the advocacy work that I've done throughout the years. In particular, one of the most recent, just before I was appointed as a senator, and I did a session with over 50 young women, and it was on gender-based violence, knowing the signs, the awareness, and everything that comes with advocacy, Madam President. And at that session, we had an opportunity to share our feelings after the information was given to us, but it was to be expressed in such a way that only the person was able to express. And so we had artwork and we had writing opportunities. And that was done in collaboration with the HEON Project and the Writers Association of Grenada. And coming out from that, we had a book, an anthology of the stories of our young girls, Madam President. I'm speaking about school age and just leaving school. And it's a book that is very present in a space where I see it quite often, because it allows me to remember what it is we're fighting for. And Madam President, you would be surprised as to some of the stories and the paintings that emerged from that session. And I think we take for granted because there are a lot of cases that goes unreported. So when we see one or two persons that appears in the public eyes with their story, we have over 20 plus of that same story that was not reported, that was not told, Madam President. And so I do, as I mentioned earlier, lend my support and my condolence to the families who are in pain at this time, Madam President. But I also stand here today not only on my strength, but the strength of the women and girls who are not bold enough to come forward with their stories or to report, Madam President, or to walk away from their abusers. And I've done a lot of work trying to empower our women and girls who are also at our protective safe houses at Cedars. And I must say that it's an ongoing fight. And I wish one day we can exhale and say, it is done. We have fought the fight and we have won the fight, Madam President. And so I urge all the men, and as one of my colleagues rightfully said, it is a whole of society approach. So I urge our men in particular to stand in solidarity with our women. Madam President, I don't think there's any way it is going to work except we all come together. And so because of the way in which that session that I did with these girls were impactful, I decided to make my presentation in the form of a story as well, so that people could understand the severity of what we're dealing with and how this bill is going to assist, Madam President. But I also, before proceeding, agree with Senator Hosford when he indicated that we do not need to get to the part where the legislation has to become effective or activated, but it should be something that we don't have to ever get to. But the reality says otherwise. And so, Madam President, permit me to tell a story. Not a statistic, not of a case file, but of a young woman. Let us call her Alana. Alana is a 19-year-old, bright, determined, the first in her family preparing to attend college, a daughter, a sister, a dreamer. She fell in love the way many young people do these days, Madam President, with hope, with innocence, with trust. Their relationship lived in two worlds, the physical and the digital. Photos were shared, voice notes were exchanged, private moments captured in what she believed was safety. And Madam President, I think we all know that when we enter a relationship, we feel a sense of protection until we aren't anymore, Madam President. And you would never think that anything will go wrong because of the butterflies and all the love that comes with entering a relationship, Madam President. And so the relationship eventually ended. And that is when the violence began. Not bruises, not a slap across the face, not a neighbor calling the police because of shouting. Instead, Madam President, her phone lit up at 2:17 a.m. A message that says, if you don't answer, I'll send the pictures. Then another and another. Fake accounts created, friends tagged in humiliating posts, private messages shared without consent, threats whispered through screens. Madam President, the violence followed her everywhere. In the classroom, her phone buzzing. On the bus, strangers staring. At home, her silence growing heavier. She stopped eating. She stopped sleeping. She stopped laughing. The phone once used to dream became a weapon of control. And when Alana did what we teach our young women to do, when she found the courage to seek help, she encountered something painful, Madam President. The law struggled to name what was happening to her. Cyberstalking was not clearly defined. Online harassment was not expressly captured. The repeated digital intimidation, the psychological terror, it lived in a gray area. She was told, block him. She was told to deactivate her account, stay offline for a while. But Madam President, why must the victim disappear? Why must the young woman shrink her life because the law has not expanded to protect her? Her suffering was real. Her humiliation was real. Her fear was real. But the legal tools were limited, Madam President. And that gap, that silence in the law left her vulnerable, Madam President. Madam President, this amendment closes the silence. It names cyberbullying. It names cyberstalking. It names online harassment. It names the non-consensual sharing of intimate images. It expands emotional, verbal, and psychological abuse to reflect what modern violence truly looks like. Because violence does not always leave a mark on the skin, Madam President. Sometimes it leaves a mark on the mind. Sometimes it leaves a mark on a young girl's future, Madam President. As someone who works closely with young people, especially young women, I can say this with conviction. Digital abuse is one of the fastest growing threats to their safety, dignity, and mental health. And if our laws do not protect them where they live, including online, then our laws are incomplete, Madam President. And this amendment says clearly, abuse is abuse. Whether whispered in a room or sent in a message, abuse is abuse. Madam President, it strengthens the hand of the courts. This is what this amendment is doing. It gives law enforcement clearer authority. It affirms our commitments under CEDAW and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Madam President, but most importantly, it tells every young woman in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, you do not have to disappear. The law will not look away. Your pain now has a name, and now it has protection. Let me fast forward the story, Madam President. 5 years from now, Alana's younger sister enters her first relationship. If harm begins, she will not be told to simply block and move on. She will not be told to retreat from public life. She will not be told that it's just online. The law will recognize the conduct. Protection orders will reflect digital realities, and intervention can happen early before the damage becomes permanent. Madam President, before I close, I ask that we pause just for 5 seconds to think about all the Alanas out there, to think about all the other young women that we have lost and that we are losing to gender-based violence, Madam President. Just for 10 seconds. That 10 seconds, Madam President, is for the women and girls who have suffered in silence. 10 seconds for those whose story never made it to a courtroom. 10 seconds for those lives whose lives were altered or ended by violence in any form. May this amendment ensure that fewer stories end in silence. Madam President, I support this bill.
And Madam Francis, I thank you. Thank you for your creative approach to legislation. Thank you for your pause and call to us to pause, reflect, and reconsider. Thank you. Senator Adrian Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, this is one of the bills that have come to this House, and the depth of analysis that took place in this bill, in the presentations of this bill, Madam President, the passion on both sides of the House really and truly demonstrate the seriousness that we have in the Senate. And it's a demonstration, again, where we acknowledge, in terms of being responsible, the importance of taking national issues and not clouding it with any level of bipartisan politics. Madam President, I really want to thank all the senators for their contributions. I think it was a tremendous exercise here, and I think the public will have some more faith in the leaders of this country in regards to how we treat matters of that nature, which really and truly are becoming serious threats to our young population and the future of our society. Madam President, as leader of government business, I really and truly want us to take away from this debate the whole question of national unity and the importance of it in fighting battles of that nature.
What?
And secondly, Madam President, we cannot, and Senator Rahman presentation really and truly resonate with me in regards to the laws would not save us, the people to save people. And secondly, Madam President, the collective responsibility we owe to our nation to continue in that direction. And so, Madam President, I commend this bill to this House for approval, and I have no doubt that the nation will pay heed and put their hands on deck to make sure that we protect our women and girls in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question proposed, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary opinion say no.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2026.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, the question is that this Honorable House resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. We are now in committee.
Clause 2, amendment to Section 2 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 2, Principal Amendment to the Principal Act, forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye. And of the contrary opinion say nay. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to get some clarity on the 5-year thing.
Yes.
mentioned, and to find out why is it necessary that we have it like that? Why not 3 years, 2 years? Why 5 years? And why couldn't we just leave it without a time frame? Thank you.
Thank you. Through me, I believe the question has been heard. Senator Claudette Joseph will reply. Senator Joseph.
Thank you, Madam President. In fact, in the Principal Act, the definition of cohabitant does not include a time frame. It's actually open now. I'm not sure if you were outside when I explained during my presentation that this amendment to the Domestic Violence Bill is part of a suite of legislation that will be passed under the Spotlight Initiative program, which aims to eliminate gender-based violence against girls and women. And one of the draft bills we have in hand to be refined and tabled in the Parliament is a bill relating to cohabiting partners. And it would seek to recognize de facto relationships. And under that legislation, cohabiting partners will be defined as persons living together in a de facto union for 5 years or more. And some of the other legislations will also make reference to cohabitant. And the intention is to have synergy, to have cohesion in terms of the definition, the legal definition of a cohabitant. Hence the change here, so that it will be uniformed across the board what the definition of cohabitant is. The principal legislation, though, in defining domestic violence, if I can pull it up, in defining domestic violence at Section 2, includes violence between, at F and G, let me pull it up because I referenced it earlier, chapter, I think it's 84, Domestic Violence Act. Chapter 84. And if you look there in Section 2, at the definition of domestic relationship, just above the definition of domestic violence, there's the definition of what a domestic relationship is. And it speaks to a relationship between an applicant and a respondent. Applicant meaning someone who would make an application for a protection order under the legislation, whether they were or they are or were married to each other. They are cohabitants or were cohabitants. So with the passage of this bill, cohabitants was now defined in a new way, as opposed to how it is here now. Whether they are parents of a child or persons who have or had parental responsibility for the child, whether they are family members related by blood, affinity, adoption, whether they would be family members related by affinity if the person referred to were or were able to marry each other. And then if you look at F, they are or were in an engagement, dating, or visiting relationship, which includes, but is not limited to, an actual or perceived romantic, intimate, or sexual relationship of any duration. So that will cover the persons who were cohabiting for 5 years or less. Also at G, they share or shared the same household or residence. So that's why we thought it safe to change the definition of cohabitants here so that it will align with the other legislation that would define cohabitants. So that the person who in a cohabiting relationship under 5 years will be captured by F and G.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senators, both. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Joseph. Clerk, please continue.
Clause 1, short title.
I think we have to go back a bit. There are only 2 clauses to the bill, so we can, one substantive one, where the interruption came. So in the interest of propriety, we will take the vote again on clause 2 and then proceed to clause 1, as is our custom. Honorable members, the question is that clause 2, Domestic Violence Amendment Act 2026, forms part of the bill. This is the section amendment to section 2 of the Principal Act. All those who are in favor, say aye. And those opposed, say nay. Clause 2 passes.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 1, the short title of the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2026, forms part of the bill. All those who are in agreement say aye, and those in opposition say nay. Clause 1 passes. Senator.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chair of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and the chair of the committee reports progress on the bill. We have now resumed the Senate. Our committee work is ended. And I am happy to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole Senate and it was passed with clarification but without amendment. Senator Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the chair's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the chair's report be adopted. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Adopted. Senator Thomas.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. The question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many as are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2026.
Leader of Government Business in the Senate, Senator Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled Trademarks Amendment Bill 2026.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Trademarks Amendment Bill 2026.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken at all stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And those of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Senator Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Honorable members, the question proposes that the bill be read a second time. Senator Thomas.
Madam President, on the 15th of December 2025, the government of Grenada acceded to the protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks, better known as Madrid Protocol. This, Madam President, is the governing treaty of the Madrid system for international registration of trademarks, which is administered by WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization. Madam President, it is recorded that Grenada is the 116th member of the Madrid system. And also, it is also recorded that Grenada is the 10th country from Latin America and the Caribbean to join such organization. Madam President, Grenada accession further strengthens the Madrid system's role as a practical and efficient solution for protecting trademarks worldwide and reflects Grenada's commitment to aligning its intellectual property framework with international best practice. Madam President, this protocol provides a central system, and it also allows trademark owners to obtain protection for the marks in multiple jurisdictions through a single international application filed through the National Intellectual Property Office of a member state. Madam President, the system significantly reduces costs, administrative complexity, and procedural barriers associated with filing and maintaining separate national trademark applications in multiple foreign jurisdictions. This is particularly beneficial for small and medium-sized enterprises, the creative industry, and export-oriented businesses seeking to expand into regional and international markets. Madam President, Grenada Domestic Trademark Framework, established under the Trademarks Act No. 1 of 2012, the Principal Act, modernized national trademark registration and eliminated earlier structural barriers to protection. Madam President, this recorded also that trademark consultations consistently identified cost and administrative burden of international registration as a constraint on competitiveness, innovation, and market expansion. Accession to the Madrid Protocol forms part of the government of Grenada's broader strategy to strengthen the intellectual property regime, support private sector development, enhance export competitiveness, and improve Grenada's infrastructure as a destination for foreign investment. Madam President, this in itself aligns with the National Strategic Development Plan and supports wider economic diversification and innovation objectives. Accordingly, the Trademarks Amendment Bill of 2026 has been presented here today, seeks to amend the Principal Act to provide the necessary legislative framework to give domestic effect to the Madrid Protocol in Grenada from March the 15th, 2026, and to facilitate its effective implementation. In particular, this bill, Madam President, formally incorporates the Madrid Protocol and the regulations under the Madrid Protocol into Grenada's domestic legal framework. Number one. Number two, this bill establishes statutory authority for the international registration of marks originating from Grenada and for international registrations designating Grenada. Thirdly, Madam President, this bill provides legal certainty as to the effect of international registrations in Grenada, ensuring that such registrations enjoy the same substantive protection as nationally registered marks, subject to the same grounds for refusal, opposition, and invalidation. And fourthly, this bill enables Grenada to respond efficiently to amendments to the Madrid Protocol and modifications to the regulations under the Madrid Protocol through updates to the schedules. And lastly, fifthly, this bill empowers the minister to make regulations prescribing detailed procedures, fees, and administrative processes required for the operation of the Madrid system at the national level. Madam President, and so this brings us to the bill itself, which contains 4 clauses. Clause 1 provides for the short title of the Act, and Clause 2 amends Section 2 of the Principal Act to insert new definitions which is necessary for the operation of the Madrid Protocol. Madam President, some of these definitions include basic applications, basic registration, international application, international registration, international bureau, Madrid Protocol and regulations under the Madrid Protocol. These definitions, Madam President, establish the legal and conceptual foundation for international trademark registration within the domestic framework. The third clause, Madam President, inserts a new Part A into the Principal Act, comprising Section 25A to Section 25B. And the four sections here, Madam President, are listed in the bill, which I guess every member of this House is very familiar with. Madam President, the fourth section, the fourth clause, Madam President, inserts two new schedules after Section 47. Schedule 1 sets out the text of the Madrid Protocol, and Schedule 2 sets out the text of the regulations under the Madrid Protocol as enforced on November the 1st, 2025. Madam President, this is the bill. It's not a lengthy bill also, but it's one that is necessary in order for Grenada to protect its intellectual property. And therefore, Madam President, I present this bill to this Honorable House for its kind consideration and approval. Thank you.
I thank the Honorable Adrian Thomas for his presentation of the bill. I wish to ask you two questions, which you, or maybe subsequent contributions, might answer. Is this relevant for domestic investments? One, trying to understand where this fits. Sorry.
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, good. Thank you. And secondly, a technical question, the insertion of the new schedules. Maybe I didn't print them. They are accompanying the bill, right? I don't have the hard copy of the schedules, but they must be in the e-version. Let's see. Okay, I see it is in a, I see Schedule 1 and I suspect Schedule 2 follows. I need to confirm that. Thank you. Senator Sinclair, you have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. And yeah, it's a long document, but it's a short bill. Yeah, it's the protocol itself is at the bottom from around actually around page 6, actually.
Scroll down, yeah. Well.
Yeah, so like up to page 6, from like page 7 is right down to page 100 and something is the protocol itself. But essentially...
It's there, 157 pages.
Yeah, essentially, we are happy with this. These are some of the protocols. I know this is, we spoke about in Nagoya, we spoke about many others, and of course, this one is all part of the suite of legislation to protect the copyrights, the trademarks, all of these what I will say, business supporting properties, because trademarks are valuable assets. Of course, it will also bring economics to the country as a register and make life easier. Because for small businesses, and just businesses, even in Grenada, registering a trademark can be an expensive item, and then having not be part of this system, it means that you'd have to go and do the registration in another place. Now you do it in Grenada, and it's like you do it in the world, and you stand so protected. And of course, I know Mr. Branch and his team, of course, with the AG, they are working tirelessly, because we are working on some other issues pertaining to our protection of our geographic indication, and all of those marks and all of those things need protection within this space. So we are very happy that this move is made so that we can better able to have the protection, because we could be in Grenada right now and you have companies in other parts of the world using our logos, using our marks, and it don't have to be the exact, it could just be a slight imitation. And so having more ready access to this locally would enable us to better protect our brands and also to able to reach out an international space much better and add more value. So from that space, particularly I speak for companies that do business internationally, we welcome this, and we look forward to the actual rollout of it, and we trust that there will be some level of sensitization to businesses to be able to get on board as soon as possible. These are my comments on this, Madam President.
I thank you. Thank you. Senator Sinclair. Senator David Andrew.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to give support to this trademark amendment, Bill 2026. I think this marks a very good day for young entrepreneurs, for young creatives, for agro-processors, and for local business people. You see, when Grenada signed on to the Madrid Protocol in last year, while we do have laws that govern trademarks, those laws were not completely and properly aligned with the requirements for the Madrid Protocol. And so it's important, because this has to take effect, I'm told, in March 2026, it's important that the laws here are aligned and give effect to the signing of the accession to the Madrid Protocol locally, for it to be binding and for the benefits to be derived to local business persons. And so this is great news. It means that quickly one local artist, one local entertainer, one local agro-processor who chooses to register his mark could have protection in the 130 plus countries that are part and signatories to the Madrid Protocol. So for young business persons, for young and creatives and entrepreneurs, you must understand that the passing of this bill means that you have increased protection for your brand, for your product, and so this is removing the borders for your business opportunities beyond just Grenada, but expanding it to several nations across the world. And so I give full support to it. Just know that this is very transformative, and it's a signal that our nation is fully embracing the digital economy and embracing global trade opportunities and the creative power for our people and creating opportunities for that. This protocol will help our local entrepreneurs grow beyond our borders and safeguard Grenadian creativity and potential, innovation, and position our country as a modern, competitive, and very intellectual property savvy economy. With the necessary regulatory updates and public education efforts, we can ensure that every Grenadian entrepreneur, especially youth, benefit from this global opportunity. So having said this, I am happy that this is being brought to this honorable house, and I commend it fully and support it well, and encourage all my colleagues to do likewise. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Andrew. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam President. Perhaps my briefest comment yet. This is good for business. I fully support it. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator Rahman. Senator Claudette Joseph.
Thank you, Madam President. I will try to be as brief, well, not quite as brief as Mr. Rahman. I wouldn't make it. But I rise, Madam President, to fully support the bill, not only for the reason that it is an initiative coming out of the ministry that I lead, that of Legal Affairs, Labor and Consumer Affairs, through the Office of Corporate Affairs and Intellectual Property, but also because it is a good day for Grenada. It is a good day for creatives in Grenada and for the business community in Grenada and for innovators, and also a good day for the Consolidated Fund, because this is going to be yet another source of revenue for the Consolidated Fund. Madam President, the bill seeks to amend the Trademarks Act number 1 of 2012, which is at Chapter 84 of the 2010 revised laws, by inserting a new portion which will see incorporated into Grenadian domestic law the international registration of marks under the Madrid Protocol at the new Part 2A of the legislation. Madam President, the international system of trademark registration under the Madrid Protocol affords owners of trademarks and business brands the protection in over 130 countries. In fact, with Grenada coming on, it will be in 131 countries with a single registration in any one of the contracting parties to the Madrid Protocol. When a mark is registered in a single language, paying a single fee in one currency, it gets automatic protection, well, subject to examination in each of the designated countries. So how it works, you will register your mark under the Madrid system, and you list the countries under the system, the 131 countries. You list which of those countries you want trademark protection in for your mark. And that's where the protection comes from. The mark is a single application made to WIPO, and we will be establishing the Madrid Protocol unit at CAIPO, because when the application is made, it goes into a central WIPO system where under that system you can get protection of new trademarks, you can update and renew existing marks, and you can expand, as I said, your application to any number of countries in which you would like your mark to be protected. And each designated country, each country in relation to which you designate your mark for protection, they will independently examine the mark and decide whether or not protection will be granted in their countries. Sometimes there might be a domestic mark already registered, which may be too similar or confusingly similar or clash with the mark. So there are reasons, not many, but there are some reasons why sometimes a mark will not be registered in a designated country. Not often does it happen. The system will be cost-saving, very cost-efficient for persons with mark. They pay one fee rather than fees to attorneys in every country where they want the mark registered. That's the system now. So say, for example, a brand like Coca-Cola or Pfizer, Grenada not being on the Madrid Protocol now, they have to come and individually register their mark in Grenada, and every country that is not a party to the Madrid Protocol. So this really makes a big difference in the ease of doing business. Madam President, it's a very simple procedure that eliminates the need for legal representation for every individual trademark filing. But the good news for the trademark lawyers is that there's an element of the Madrid system that allows for objections and challenges. It's a very dynamic and exciting area of intellectual property law where you actually have hearings if a mark is registered in your country that you think infringes on your trademark right. You can file an objection, there's a hearing and everything. So it's very dynamic and for lawyers also lucrative. So while there may be a little dip in revenue from the registration of marks, there will be an uptick in the area of objections. And of course, it saves time. I mean, no, time is money. Time is money, so it saves time for processing and protecting the mark. Grenada, Madam President, deposited its instrument of accession to the Madrid Protocol. The Madrid Protocol was first came into being in 1989. So we are a long way off. All of the advanced countries and so are already on the system. And with the help of WIPO, we got all the technology in place and everything. So we are ready. So we deposited our instruments of accession to the Madrid Protocol on December 15, 2025. And under the protocol, the country must launch the system 90 days after accession. So we are scheduled to formally open our Madrid unit on March 15th, 2026. And yes, Senator Sinclair, we will have some PR around it. We will promote it so that the business community and innovators and so know that there is this new, easier, cheaper, efficient manner of registering their trademark that will give them protection in another 130 countries. Will give them the ability to protect their mark in up to 130 countries instantaneously without having to retain the services of trademark lawyers in all those countries. Really, really good for business. Madam President, when we joined the Madrid system and we established the Madrid unit at CAIPO on March 15th, 2026, we will join a very small and I would say elite group of Caribbean countries that already have the Madrid system in place. We will join Antigua and Barbuda. They were the first to join in 2000, I think it was. Belize, Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago. So when we come on stream on March 15th, we would only be one of 5 Caribbean countries, well, 6 if you add Cuba. Cuba is also part of the Madrid system. And when you mingle, Madam President, in the intellectual property space, you would see the benefits of being part of all the services and facilities that WIPO has. For example, the Trinidad Trademark Office, they do a lot more business than we do because they are part of the Madrid system. Jamaica, in so many respects, they are out there with the rest of the first world, and they are one of us, so if they can do it, there's no reason why we can't do it. But Jamaica is right there with the rest of the advanced countries when it comes to intellectual property. Belize, Antigua, Madam President, as a matter of fact, when Antigua joined the Madrid system in 2000, after their system actually crashed, there were so many applications coming in from all over the world. Their system crashed and their consolidated fund ballooned somewhat. So we have that precedent. So we have taken steps to ensure that with the assistance of WIPO, we have all the IT and related support services in place, and we will be ready to go on March 15th with a brand new facility, great opportunities for our creatives, businesses, and innovators. So, Madam President, I am very pleased next time when I come here, perhaps be able to give this Honorable House an idea by way of a ministerial statement as to how we are going with the Madrid unit. So, Madam President, I commend the bill to the House, but before I complete that commendation, I think someone asked a question. Was it you, Madam President? I think it was you, Madam President. Because it's an international treaty to which we've signed on, and we are incorporating it into domestic law, so it becomes our domestic law as well. The treaty and the regulations attendant to the treaty are incorporated as schedules to this legislation. And shortly after, Madam President, no, actually, the same day when this legislation come into force, there will also come into force further regulations that would set out the procedure, the forms, and all of that, that will be necessary for making an application for registration under the Madrid system. So, Madam President, I very happily commend this bill to this Honorable House. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations for the speedy and creative and necessary work that your legal, consumer rights, treaty department, and that cluster of institutions which you lead, bringing the country up to date, and in doing so, creating opportunities for various sectors. That's what I hear, so thank you. I do want to mention that there are a couple of initiatives in Grenada that might be part of this, might be able to be beneficiaries. I'm speaking about the Climate Smart Agricultural Compliant Initiative with people like Steve Maxime and others. And the St. Vincent Rowe and Francis, who is doing work on the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management. All of those are regional and national initiatives that I think could benefit from the Madrid Protocol because they work with farmers and other land actors to make sure that sustainable practices are owned and promoted in Grenada. So, good. Thank you. Any other contribution? I think the presenter of the bill will now wrap up.
Yes, Madam President.
Thank you, sir.
And I just want to say thank you very much for the contributions from the senators. And I also want to leave this house that, with a comment that this bill could not come at a better time when the creative economy is rising in Grenada. And I think it's very good business for this industry. So it has come at, and I want to commend the Attorney General and our staff at Legal Affairs for really and truly going the extra mile to make sure that we are not only within our circles in Grenada, but we are thinking regional and we are thinking international, and Grenada can rub shoulders with all our international colleagues when the right time comes. So without further ado, Madam President, I commend this bill for approval.
Thank you, Clerk.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Trademarks Amendment Bill 2026.
Senator Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of this whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those in agreement? All those in agreement? Aye. And those opposed? We are now in committee.
Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 2 forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. And of the contrary view say nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 3, insertion of new Part 2A in the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 3 with the new insertion, new Part 2A forms part of the bill. All those who are in agreement say aye. Aye. And those opposed say nay. Carries.
Clause 4, insertion of new Schedules 1 and 2 to the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 4 concerning Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 forms part of the bill. All those who are in agreement say aye. Aye. And opposed say nay. Passes.
Clause 1, short title.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 1, the short title of the bill, would form part of it. All those in agreement say aye. Aye. And of the contrary view say no. Passes. Senator Thomas.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the Chair of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and that the Chair reports progress on the bill. Committee's ended its work. We are now back in Senate. Honourable members, I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole Senate and it was passed with enthusiasm, discussion, short statements, and no amendments. Oh, Minister, Senator Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Chair's report be adopted.
Honourable members, the question is that the Chair's innovative report be adopted. All those in agreement say aye. Aye. And those of the contrary view say no. Ayes have it. Senator Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the third reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Thank you, honorable members. The question is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Trademarks Amendment Bill 2026.
Item 14, public business. Item 15, adjournment.
Senator Thomas, Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg that this meeting be adjourned. Signed, aye.
Thank you. Senator Civil Francis.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I promise to be brief because I remember you have after work line. But Madam President, I take this opportunity to stand here as we are on the horizon of International Women's Day. And as you rightfully articulated earlier today, we are surrounded by a lot of successful women in our beautiful Tri-Island state. And so, as the representative for the Ministry of Youth and Sports, it would be remiss of me if I did not take this opportunity to congratulate Ms. Afi Fletcher on the milestone achievement that she has made and will continue to make to push Grenada further on the map. Madam President, I take this opportunity to further invite the entire cricket fans, AFI fans, and just those who are keen on nation building to come out tomorrow at the National Cricket Stadium, the one that we just lit, and it's beautiful and it's shining bright, to witness another historic milestone. It will be the 100th match of AFI, and it will be on home soil, and that is something that we deserve to celebrate her for. And in addition to that, Madam President, she is on 96 wickets at this time, so I'm sure tomorrow she will be aiming for that 100 wickets, so we'll have that triple celebration, 100 match, 100 wicket, and on home soil. That would definitely be a celebration. So tomorrow is considered to be AFI Day, and so we are encouraging, even if you're not able to come down to the stadium, but at home in your villages by the shops, celebrate the win that we are about to witness. And also, neighboring the cricket stadium, we have at the Kirani James Stadium, the National Champs games, athletic games happening, and that would also be the tryouts for our Carifta athletes. And as we know, Carifta 2026 will be here in Grenada as well, something that we're definitely proud of and will be a celebration on its own. So I take this opportunity to say congratulations to AFI again on behalf of the Ministry of Youth and Sports and to all Grenadians who are proud of her. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Gloria Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. I too want to add my voice in sending congratulations to AFI as a woman and as Minister for Gender Affairs. I also want to extend congratulations to AFI on her achievements and to let her know that the whole of Lafayette is behind her. She hails from Lafayette and we are so proud. And we want to encourage everyone to come out and support her tomorrow, the big day at the eve of International Women's Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Claudette Joseph.
Madam President, I crave your indulgence for 1 minute just to join with my sisters, Senator Francis and Senator Thomas, in wishing Afi heartfelt congratulations on behalf of all the women in Grenada, and in particular the women who love sports in Grenada, on her wonderful international achievement. We look forward to her getting that 100th wicket right here on home soil. So we have, as Senator Francis says, triple celebrations to do tomorrow. I also take this time as well to extend sincerest condolences to the families of Miss Lett and Miss Sebastian, who lost their life. I realized that I did not do so when I made my presentation. I was remiss in that regard, so I would like now to extend sincerest condolences to both their families and communities. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Horsford.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. Let me just briefly join my distinguished and honorable friend and sister, the Honorable Attorney General, in also expressing our deepest condolences for the tragic passing of these two young women. And also, on the other hand, to celebrate a fantastic Grenadian woman cricketer, Afi. And as we say, what they say Southerns have it, but now the whole of Grenada have it, even though Lafayette have it first. But I think this has been a very impressive performance by her, and we can only encourage her to go up and up and up. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Senator Horsford. Let me thank all those who have made our meeting possible today. Thank the staff, thank the drivers, thank the caterers, thank the cleaners, thank the table, clerk's table. I want to offer a special inclusion to two women police. One is in the room, one is not. To thank the two female police officers who have been with us all day today. So it has truly been a session managed, secured by women. I join on your behalf. I thank all our wonderful and delightful women and ask for a round of applause for Ms. Galston and her team. I also want to say lastly that as we are on the brink in a week of celebrating International Women's Day, we do pause and continue to really grieve about the loss of our young daughter, Leandra Litt, and our other young daughter, Teresita